On record.
Call to order the City of Lincoln City City Council meeting, August 8th, 2011. Roll call, please.
Mayor Dick Anderson.
Here.
Gordon Eggleton. Here. Gary Ellingson.
Here.
Henry Quant.
Here.
Chester Norikis.
Here.
And Roger Sprague.
Here.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge. Nice to see the public out there. Please note that we've started almost at 6 tonight. We're getting better. Trying to jump ahead of urban renewal as much as I can so we can get almost an on-time start. Thank you, sir. Prior to our comments, I would like to acknowledge and recognize today the passing of Senator Mark Hatfield, both senator and past governor. I think there's no question about it that he certainly has been a fine statesman for the state of Oregon and representative. And at the age of 89, we're sorry to see him go. With that, comments for citizens present. We have the purpose of comments from citizens is to allow citizens to present information or raise an issue regarding items not on the agenda or regarding agenda items that do not include a public hearing. A time limit of 5 minutes per citizen shall apply. I've asked the city recorder to utilize the light system so that the speaker will be informed as to their remaining time and so that we have consistency. As a general rule, this is not a time for an exchange of questions. However, at the conclusion of this agenda item, a counselor can discuss or raise questions regarding something presented by a citizen. As you come to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. And we have Michael Shoup. Please come forward.
Hello. I'm Michael Shoup. I reside at 1249 Northwest 15th Street, Sea Rest Motel. I want to talk a little bit about the urban renewal and what's happened on that street. Here lately we've had a mailbox issue. It's not great to you, but maybe it's something we ought to look at, because when they first started putting the mailboxes in, I think that they didn't look at the federal statutes and what they can do and what they can't do. So we consulted Kurt on the curb in front of it, and he said, no, this is where it goes, and basically it's the consensus of everybody on the street. And I told him that with that box going there, with the way the U.S. Mail governs the rules, it's going to have to be moved. Well, so far, they stopped delivering in it because it's going to be moved somewhere else. Now, where they're moving it now, they're going to have the same problem. Problem being is you're jeopardized. You're putting the mailman in jeopardy by what he has to do to put mail in that box. And I, for one, know I signed a contract with the city of Lincoln City saying that everything will be as it was. Take that mailbox and put it somewhere else that's unsafe from where it was. To me, that's not being as it was. Okay? Second part is, if you look at the pictures I give you, if you look at the first picture, these were taken today. This is nothing compared to what I've seen on that street. You see the congestion right there between Harbor and 15th Street? I was just lucky enough that tow truck driver happened to be buzzing through there at the same time I took the picture. But if you look at that one and you go back two, you'll see that people are parking up on the curbs, and everybody's starting to follow suit on that street. I called the chief of police, and first I called the dispatch, and I asked him what the rules was, because Kurt happened to tell me that they don't give tickets out in Lincoln City for parking on sidewalks and parking in where they're not supposed to. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, it don't sound right, but I called the police department. I asked that question. She says, well, no, we take and give out tickets, but occasionally we try and get a hold of people and ask them to move the car. But you can't do that when they're on the beach. Well, if you'll look on the next page, you'll see that there is a vehicle there. The truck is 5.5 feet away from the curb. Trailer back there is 6 feet away from the curb. When I called the police, they come out and give the first one a ticket, but he drove right by that one without even dealing with it, having that trailer sticking out in the street. Now, I remind you, this is a 20-foot wide street, okay? Now, if you go, I gotta get it backwards. The second page is you'll see that people have a tendency to park the wrong way. If you look going towards Highway 101, instead of going around and going into the city parking lot, they decided, well, geez, there ain't no parking over here, so I ain't going to take and walk away, so I'm going to park the wrong way. Okay? Here's my point. I was told by Kurt there's no need for markings on the street. And what I'm seeing here is if we got a 20-foot wide street, we need to have yellow lines, we need to have fire lines in front of our hydrants, and if we don't do this, this is going to get really bad. And somehow I watch people down there at the Harbor and 15th, they'll sit there and they'll try and figure out whether it's a two-way or a one-way. They'll sit there and people buzz around them, but they'll just sit there and wonder whether or not they'll be coming up down that street. So that bogs it up a little bit. The other issue I got is I've sat out front of my place and looked down that street. On the average, you're running between 30 and 50 stop signs an hour. They're running them stop signs. The speed is averaging between 35 and 45 up that street without there's some that's faster. And from the beginning, I said I really believe that the street ought to be dropped down to 15 because I see what's happening on that street. The other thing is the crosswalks, the colors. If you look from a distance down the street, if I'm a stranger coming into town, I won't know that's a crosswalk because of the color. It's kind of a tannish color with white lines that blend in. Okay, that's it. Okay. All I know is I just want something done differently. That's it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hear the message.
Okay.
We'll see what we can... let's see. Now, this has been roughly a month since it's been blacktopped and gotten... Or has it been that long yet?
It hasn't been that long.
Yeah, okay. So that's... Thank you. This is good. Good to get it early.
All right.
Rebecca Prospat? Oh, gotcha. You're over here on, let's see, all right. Yeah. How about Richard Gaspar?
Yes, I'd like to speak on non-agenda item. My name is Richard Gaspari. I live at 2615 Southwest Dune Avenue here in Lincoln City. I'm a full-time resident of Lincoln City. I grew up north of here on the coast. So I know what tourism means to a coastal community such as ours. I'm worried that our actions of late may send a signal that the city of Lincoln City, represented by you as the city council, are sending a message to restrict the establishment of VRDs. I do not own a VRD. I do not have any financial interest in a VRD. We have several VRDs in the area that I live. We've never had a problem that I'm aware of. They've never bothered me, and I'm wondering if it's a squeaky wheel syndrome going on here in Lincoln City. My question to you is, why do we maintain a separate set of standards for VRD residents, separate and apart from the rest of us? Oftentimes, the VRD is the best-looking house on the street. They're well-maintained for the most part. They're well kept up, as opposed to full-time residents. I don't know what our city says about full-time residents, or the renters that rent long-term rentals, I guess you'd call them. I don't know what the term is. My question is, why do we have separate set of standards, such as the parking issues, the garbage issues, the traffic and noise issues, the bedroom and occupancy issues, not forgetting the landscaping issues? Those are all valid for full-time residents, long-term rentals, and anyone else who lives in Lincoln City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good comments. Mr. Hoover, please.
Mayor Anderson, members of the City Council, my name is Jim Hoover. I live at 3150 East Devils Lake Road. I own property in Lincoln City and have a business in Lincoln City also. That was the shortest 5 minutes I've ever had. But it's nice to see it's still red, so I'll keep talking while it turns green. I'm here tonight to speak on 4 issues which you have before you, some non-agenda and some agenda items. The first are the grant fund guideline revisions that you're being asked to review again this evening. I appreciate the fact that they appear in several versions. I believe it helped the general public to have an idea of what's being changed, what's being left out of those grant guidelines. But there's at least 4 things I'd like to highlight. Number one, the present guidelines, no reason has ever been given why they've been inadequate in allowing nonprofits the opportunity to receive grants. No evidence has been given that they need to be changed because grants have been denied because of your guidelines. Nobody has indicated there's any difficulty in meeting the requirements of the guidelines with regards to turning in final reports or anything like that. And yet the committee once again is being asked to amend the grant guidelines, apparently so that the VCB director or the VCC committee can continue to issue grants per their present interpretation without violating the grant guidelines or the municipal code. A number of the items that you're being asked to look at tonight, one would change the requirement that these are matching grants. I believe these guidelines have been around for the better part of 8 or 10 years, and they're asking you to take the requirement that there be a matching grant provided and change it to grants that have matching portions will be given a higher priority, thereby indicating that they can give out grants to nonprofit organizations that haven't invested any of their own money in these proposed marketing situations or events that are being planned. Another item would be is that they're asking you to change the amount of money to be allotted. Instead of 50% being awarded, as it has been at the point at which the grant is awarded, to change it to 90%. Although it appears from looking back over grants, there's a number of grants where they haven't received final marketing plans or final market reports from the event, and I can't see how giving them 90% of their funds up front is going to encourage people to comply with the last part of the plan if they're not complying when you're holding 25%. There's another number of other items in there. One in specific allows the VCB to expend grant monies an unlimited distance of miles outside of Lincoln City if it's for, I believe, marketing purposes. And I'd like to point out that the VCB presently goes to trade shows all over the Northwest as an entity and markets the city of Lincoln City. Apparently, it's one of the items that they're charged with doing. So if they have the capacity to go to Portland or to Eugene and market the city of Lincoln City, I don't know why the grant guidelines would have to be changed so they can then give grants out to areas beyond 5 miles of Lincoln City. So I would encourage you tonight to rule that the grant guidelines as they exist do not show any need to be changed because grants have not been denied and entities haven't had any problem or complained that they have a problem in meeting these grant guidelines, and leave them as they are until such time as some other information is given. Second item I'd like to speak with is a marketing plan. I've heard a number of times, as we've discussed in the last couple of meetings, that the marketing plan has been superseded by the city charter, or that the marketing plan no longer applies even though it's still part of the municipal code. I would say that until the municipal code is changed, which usually requires a public hearing, allows public comment, notification to businesses and individuals who are affected by it, that the municipal code should be followed, and the marketing plan should be a one-year marketing plan. It should be complete enough with either cost estimates or actual cost projections based on last year's expenses. And until you receive a complete marketing plan, you're not asking the VCB to stop marketing the city of Lincoln City. You're simply saying, we want to see a complete marketing plan. So I urge you not to accept the marketing plan, but just a 2-year plan, and say, please bring us back estimates. Thirdly, the Roads End Annexation Survey. A client of mine from Roads End said it's kind of like asking the question, when did you stop beating your wife? Mr. Hawker says that most people responded that it was very important or important to all the issues that are listed, but very few were given the opportunity in the survey to say, we really don't want these services, we don't want to be annexed. And so the only choices were positive choices, and I believe it was put that way. And the last item is you're considering a geological hazard setback for oceanfront properties, where it talks about the policy being a 60-year setback based on a geological report from a geologist. I believe that if a geologist and a property owner determine that they have sufficient setback to meet the city's 60-year setback requirement, the additional language of or a minimum of 20 feet from the top of the bluff is pretty much not necessary. Why would you want a 20-foot setback when, in fact, the geologist has said that the setback will work for the next 60 years? And in some cases, that may end up meaning that a property is set back 20 feet while the adjoining properties are only set back 5 or 6 feet, leaving a real difference in where properties are set back from the ocean. So thank you very much for the extra 30 seconds there, and thank you very much for your service on the City Council.
Thank you. Mr. Warner, Jerry Warner.
Jerry Warner, and I live at 1233 Lakewood, Lincoln City. Mayor and council, I just have a couple quick questions, and I realize you can't answer me as a council right now, but my concern is that on July 30th, I noticed that there was kayaks placed in the, I call it the Hendricks property. Maybe we have a name for that park now, down there. And there was a sign on the logs down there that, and I can't tell you exactly what the sign said, but obviously it was put there to attract the people that might be coming by. Also, there was a jet ski in there. I guess my question is, I was at the previous council meeting when you people openly discussed the use of that property for kayaks or a marina of anything of that nature, and you made the decision that there wouldn't be anything done at this time until a complete program showing an outline of the business and everything else and what was going to happen down there, that you wanted to review that before anything was done. My concern is the fact that whoever put that in there, and obviously the city must have had some knowledge of it because of the fact that all the grass had been cut prior to that, which previously the grass was 24 inches high or 30 inches high in that area, and it was all cut down. And somebody obviously gave permission to go in there and put those kayaks on city property, and possibly without any liability insurance, which could have put the city in big jeopardy if somebody got hurt down there. To me, it's an insult to you people as council that somebody would turn around on their own and do that. Now, I don't know who's responsible for it, and maybe there's some reasonable explanation, but I'd certainly like to know about it. And whoever did that, if they had knowledge of the council's decision prior to that, should be terminated. And I think this issue, like I say, has been discussed before you on a couple occasions, and to me, it's a total insult to the city council here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Warner, just a question, if you can. Are you familiar with it? Was that a business? Was money changing hands, or was it a barbecue or a function going on? Where they had some
I wish I
kayaks?
could answer that,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, but I don't know that much about it. But they were using the property,
Which is a
and
park.
as using the city park.
Right.
And obviously, either Mr. Hawker gave them a permit, or Mr. Olson gave a permit. Somebody gave a permit for those people to go in there. Otherwise, the police would have asked them to leave. So I don't know. But like I say, after everything that's transpired up here, whoever's responsible should be given a cardboard box and tell them to unload their desk.
Thank you. Let's see, those are the sign-ups. Anyone else looking to make comment at this time? All right. Seeing none, then we'll move on to the agenda. We have a consent agenda. The consent agenda, these items are considered routine and may be enacted in one motion without separate discussion. Any counselor may request that an item be removed for separate discussion and action. The consent agenda consists of minutes of the meeting July 25th, 2011, settlement agreement, charter audit, resolution number 2011-27, a resolution of the City of Lincoln City declaring property as surplus and approving disposal by competitive bid, and finally Schooner Creek Road 24-inch iron pipe and fitting purchase. Take a motion, or if anybody wants to hold.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. I would approve that we pass the consent agenda as outlined.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent item, consent agenda 1, 2, 3, and 4. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed with a nay. Hearing none. All right. Special order of business. We have a proclamation before us. And Councilor Sprague, if you would be so kind.
This is a proclamation from our mayor, Mr. Dick Anderson. Kiwanis Children's Cancer Cure Month, August 2011. Whereas Kiwanis International was founded on January 2nd, 1915, and since its inception, Kiwanis International has grown in over 90 countries worldwide. Whereas the men and women of the Pacific Northwest District of Kiwanis International have exhibited a deep sense of pride and community by serving the needs of family and children worldwide. And whereas the Pacific Northwest District of Kiwanis International has, effective October 1, 2010, initiated the multi-year district-wide service project, Kiwanis Children's Cancer Cure Program. And whereas this program will fund the Kiwanis Children's Cancer Fellowships, allowing physicians to seek cures for currently untreatable forms of cancer. Whereas the Kiwanis clubs of the Pacific Northwest will collaborate with Dornbecker Children's Hospital in Portland, Seattle Children's Hospital of Vancouver, BC, and Children's Hospital, That's the Seattle Children's, it's actually Children's Orthopedic Hospital. I didn't give that. and the Vancouver, BC Children's Hospital. And whereas the local Kiwanis clubs are the epitome of the defining statement, Kiwanis is a global organization of volunteers dedicated to changing the world one child and one community at a time. Now, therefore, I, Dick Anderson, Mayor of the City of Lincoln City, coinciding with the Pacific Northwest District of Kiwanis International's Children Cancer Cure Program, do hereby proclaim August 2011 is Kiwanis Children's Cancer Cure Month. Throughout the City of Lincoln City, and we encourage citizens to celebrate the many contributions made by the members of the Kiwanis clubs of the Pacific Northwest. Signed and dated this day in August of 2011, Dick Anderson, Mayor.
Thank
I would
you,
say
sir.
that I really appreciate this, and I know that Kiwanis International appreciates the City of Lincoln City declaring this. A lot of people look at Dornbecker Hospital as a Portland hospital. Yes, it is. Indeed, it is located in Portland. However, it is Lincoln County's hospital as well. Last year, there were 1,600 hospital visits by kids from Lincoln County. And that served more than 500 people. A lot of people are not aware of that. What the Kiwanis Club does is we work with the Cancer Wing. Actually, we sponsor the Cancer Wing. And we sponsor 5 fellowships each year. We bring in resident doctors who are interested in cancer research. And what they're doing is working primarily on trying to find a cure for brain cancer in kids, because that's an incurable cancer. They're making tremendous progress up there, and we are just excited to be able to working with them.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Sprague. Appreciate the information, and we're pleased to sign the proclamation. If you'll pass on our thanks to your fellow Kiwanis members and the work they do. Next item of business is committee, boards, and commissions, selection packet, and policy and procedures. In your packet, you should have received kind of the refined process on appointing. These are city committees where we ask citizens to participate, and laid it out, kind of the procedures, pretty step by step. We previously discussed this, but I wanted to bring it back to you to show one more time what it's looking like and ready to move on with it, so we can either make minor changes or whatever and move on to filling committee slots. Are there any questions or concerns from council regarding any of the procedures?
I have a question, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Under committee member volunteer application packet, what we need from you, the second item and the second item under that, which is underlined, only a criminal background check will be conducted, parentheses, not a credit check. And then I go down further to the actual application. The last page of the application includes a Fair Credit Reporting Act disclosure and authorization statement. That's confusing to me.
Yeah. And that's why it's underlined, because if you read the application that you're alluding to, the Fair Credit Reporting Act disclosure authorization statement, in that first paragraph, third sentence down, investigative consumer report is, so it's the same form is used for a credit report, because some employers do a combination of, and we're just going to use the portion of the investigative background check.
The portion, the criminal background check.
Correct.
Portion.
Investigative consumer report, right. That's why we're pointing out to them in the application packet that only a criminal background check will be conducted, i.e. not a credit check. And that's the next item, keep the FCRA that's referenced to this application. That's that fair credit reporting. Actually, in my notes, am suggesting that we write out the Fair Credit Reporting Act rather than the alphabet soup, and there's room for that.
Okay. All right. Even so, it's confusing to me. On the one hand, I'm being told my credit is not going to be checked.
Correct.
And then I've got an application here that I need to sign, which is a Fair Credit Reporting Act disclosure.
Maybe what we should do is we could easily highlight, or we could cross out the piece on consumer credit report and just highlight the investigative consumer form.
I'd appreciate that.
Let
Thank
me
you.
make that recommendation to HR. That way, we'll still use their form, but so designate. Good.
Mayor?
Yes.
Is the criminal investigation on the background check on criminal records, is that just statewide, or is that...
It's a national database, is my understanding, that going through the police. It is not international, so people, like you that travel worldwide, we will still be concerned.
The reason I'm asking is that, getting back to Kiwanis again, one of the things that we require is background checks on anybody working with kids.
Good.
And what we've discovered is that you can have a background check done by the state police, and all you get is Oregon. Or you can do a national background check, and all you get is the United States. But we have people coming from Canada as well. For the same price, we can get the international as well.
Huh.
There's a company here in Lincoln City that actually does that.
Yeah. Okay. I know for sure it's national. It's my understanding is it's not international, but that's good to know that the Kiwanis even does it. Interesting. For clarifying points, or
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I kind of brought part of this up when this first came before us, and so if I appear to be shifting from a position that I wasn't at, I'm actually not. But I had wanted to quickly mention, prior to you becoming the mayor, we had an applicant for a committee position that was the only one, and it became known to some of us on the council that there was an ongoing criminal investigation with the applicant, who was coming from out of the area, actually, and it was real easy to look up. You just looked up in the paper where the person had been, and it was all over the newspaper. And it was ongoing. It hadn't been adjudicated. So anyway, I just wanted to quickly let people know that there was kind of a reason that I think was behind part of this. But I had some reservations about it because it, to me, just seems complicated, or if not complicated, it might put some people off relative to having to subject themselves to these different formats of having their background looked into, which I could go with if something hasn't been resolved, or if something's being decided, but if something's in the past. I just don't know. I'd hate to exclude somebody that otherwise would be a good applicant. Hence my thought. If 2 council members and 1 person from a committee is going to will interview the people that have made an application, and the people who have made applications will have already agreed to some sort of a background check, then that committee chooses 1 or 2 people, and after that time, upon notifying them, they will receive an even more depth, or I guess technically they will receive the background check at that time. I wish that if there were 2 people, that those 2 people could then come before the council and make their presentation to us and then be chosen, we have done in the past, by a vote of the council. Once they've been cleared and qualified by the committee, that the council then chooses who is finally awarded the position.
It's an interesting suggestion. The process is the council will still vote on the candidates. The difference will be, because at least in my tenure on council and as mayor, there has not been interviews of candidates.
Right.
So we're inserting a interview process, so at least 2 councilors and a committee member will be actually interviewing the candidates. They will be making the recommendation to council, of which council will then vote. But you don't have to go with the selection committee's recommendation. So other than, I think I heard in your suggestion, all the candidates or a couple of the candidates making a pitch to council, I hear you. I'm at least doing one step and having someone interview them. I think to take the time, as gratifying as that might be, I'm trying to move on. And I guess what I'd do is leave it at this. Let's see how this works. Their guidelines, we can change them.
Okay.
If we're uncomfortable, we can revisit the guidelines. I'm trying to accomplish a couple things. One, get the citizens in front of councilors because they might be better suited in another committee that they're not aware of, and we could guide them that way. And the other is some kind of screening mechanism, since these are appointed positions rather than elected positions, that we have some degree of comfort of who's there.
Thank you for listening to my thoughts, Mr. Mayor.
But thanks. Any other comments or thoughts? Because otherwise, with those modifications, what I'd like to do is then, if you're in concurrence, we'd get going. I think Kathy Steer has already advertised open positions. We've started collecting candidate appointments or candidates for the appointments. And so what I will do, if it's okay with you, is assign counselors to different interviews, if you would, but I'll do that via email and let you get off on it. Councilman?
Am I right in saying that the modification that we'll make to this is eliminating the fair credit report side of that thing?
Correct.
With all that big blurb at the end of it?
Well, no, all I'm going to do is cross off on that application right up, so it'd be line 2 under the Fair Credit Reporting Disclosure and Authorization Statement, line 2 over on the far right side where it says Consumer Report.
Well, this thing says at the end here, there's a big, long Fair Credit Reporting Act disclosure and authorization statement, and that just refers back to the fair credit. So I think we need to maybe go through this thing and eliminate wherever the fair credit stuff is and get that verbiage out of there.
Maybe we could ask Heather to come forward. Would that be?
Yes, Heather can explain, but this has to be in here. It's the law, and it has to do with the background investigation.
Always good to have.
Of it. Yeah.
It's called the Fair Credit Reporting Act, but it is the law that governs any sort of investigative consumer report, which includes a background check. It is the law that gives, employees or prospective employees or volunteers the right to full disclosure that their background is being checked, a copy, an opportunity for an adverse action letter, all of the things that we're going to be giving to people. It's what the law is called. I'm sorry that it's confusing.
Not allowed to be modified, then, is what you're...
Let's talk to the legislature and get it changed. That's what it's called.
We can't just indicate somewhere on the form, then, that we will not check your credit? Is that...
That was what I was trying to do by saying exactly that we will only be doing a criminal background check and not a credit check. That was my attempt to try to clarify the confusion that I know does already exist.
So based on the actual packet that the applicant would receive, and as they went through, that is highlighted, and Chester brought that out. He was just kind of looking for if there's another step. that we could go, but
we
you're
could
telling
go
us
into
don't
more
mess.
detail and say, the law is called this, but this isn't what we're going to do. But I was trying to be more simple. But whatever you all recommend, we'll certainly do. But that was my goal, was to try to clarify that.
As I recall, your name and phone number was all over this.
Yeah.
So
they can call me.
which would be appropriate, would it not,
Absolutely.
Rocker, that if an applicant has a question, they would be able to get to Heather and...
Yeah, I haven't looked at that tonight. I just want to make sure that there's nothing in there that jumps off the page that tells them that this is a credit thing, because it's certainly not something
Well,
we're
it's
going
the
to do.
title of
Yeah,
the law,
that's
and
what-
that's
I
the
know.
problem. You refer to
I know.
this law that gives you rights, and
Maybe
the
we can
title of the law-
boldface let's boldface what we need to make sure that they understand we're not going to do that.
So if my parenthetical is not enough, let me know. I mean, I was trying to make it shorter, not longer, but I'm happy to make it longer.
Well, I think the consensus, both counselors, was that appreciated the application highlight, but if something could be done on the actual form, where as the applicant, you were asking them to sign it, could somehow modify that to so indicate it'll just be that one investigative background check, nothing.
Okay, and so you're talking about the last page, the tear-off, that's their
I
copy
actually-
of the rights?
I think that's where Mr. Sprague was going, but I was actually modifying the front page where they were signing
Okay.
and just crossing off consumer report, that you wouldn't be doing that, but you would be doing the investigative report. But Roger is alluding to the multi-page disclosure that the feds love to include.
I'm a little reluctant to change what's out there online that most people are using, private and public. I kind of hate to modify documents that someone else said, here, this is a good summary of the law. But I can if you all feel comfortable with that.
Ms. Mayor, I don't see how there could be a law, and then you could say, oh, by the way, we're not going to comply with it, and put that in parenthesis or something.
I think it's really a matter of defining, making it clear that this term, this investigative credit report, this investigative consumer report, I'm sorry if I'm not saying it correctly, you've got the language, what it includes is a background check, and that's all we're doing.
Mr. Mayor?
It's a fancy word to encompass all the different types of checks.
How about just tacking a little piece that goes with the app that says it will not include a credit report, and that way that there's no confusion. It's not part of the form. It's just attached to, and then anybody who gets the application knows.
That works.
Okay. Good. Yeah. I think any attempt is what we're saying to help clarify would be helpful.
Okay. And then in terms of the background check that you conduct for children versus the one that we would be conducting, ours is really intended to be a more limited background check because we are not having people work with children. So there's really a very deeper background check that goes along with applicants that work with children, and we're not doing that. So.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. With that, you okay with these procedures with minor modifications? And then, as I was indicating, I'll get to you with your assignments and asking you so we can do a bunch all at once. But then the plan would be on a rotating basis. 2 counselors would take for a quarter or something and deal with it, and then we'd just keep moving on. Sound all right? All right, thank you. We'll move off that topic. Schooner Creek, Oregon Department of Transportation ODOT agreement.
Lila, did you have a PowerPoint? I do. Okay.
Okay, in your packet, and as you probably remember, we were doing an agreement with ODOT to add the water line project to the Schooner Creek Restoration Road project. And so that's what this letter covers. There's an amount of $204,580, which is what our original estimate was for this water line. We're looking at costs right now. On the consent agenda, you had approved the $42,709.56 for purchasing that water line, and we'll have that delivered and ready to go for the contractor. And so that is part of the $204,580. And our estimates actually for construction-wise, including that pipe, is around $150,000, and then we have some engineering and some other costs, so we'll be hopefully under that number. And so I had a set of the plans printed out for each of you. They're not as explanatory as they could be, but I thought you might like to take a look at them. And those are out to bid right now. They're also on the ODOT website if anyone else watching would like to see them closer.
Did I hear you say that this figure, the $2,004,580, includes the pipe?
It includes the pipe, and it includes engineering.
Engineering. Okay, thank you.
And so the total pipe and construction, we're hoping, the bid opens August 10th, and we're hoping that it'll be under that 204, which I think it will be. Okay, and so this is just the first page of the plans.
And FEMA's going to pay 75% of that, Lila?
That's correct. That's correct. And I have a breakdown of those numbers, so I can give those to you. The pipe, $32,032.17 would be paid by FEMA, and the city would pay $10,677. And then on the construction, depending on the bids, our estimate was $106,480. So 75% of that would be $79,000, almost $80,000, and $26,620 would be the city's cost. And I didn't break out the engineering part of it in this report.
Pardon me once more. How much pipe are we buying?
We're buying 500 feet
500
of
feet.
the ductile iron.
Thank you.
And all of the parts that go with that. And so this is just a typical section, and it shows 11-foot lanes. So the lanes will actually be a foot shorter than the existing lanes that are there now. So they'll have 11-foot lanes because they were going to lose any fog line or any edge of pavement.
So a foot narrower.
Foot narrower. And then this was their traffic control plan. The county will be sending out a letter to all of the residents and the city, and a press release talking about the traffic control. And I believe that they will probably try and keep a lane open after they get past some of the major construction. So I'm going to kind of get it onto those slides. So this is just showing the area of our bypass. And then this is their profile. This is a dewatering system that they're going to be putting in place during the construction. They'll be pumping, they have quite a few things in place to protect the wetland because it's a very special wetland next to this slide, and that's part of the reason they're going to this type of a design, but they'll just be pumping water out and around and filtering it for it to go back into the wetland.
This is water that's coming from the project?
Yes, it's
From the
coming from
roadway.
an adjacent creek, and then also anything off that hillside. And then this is the section of rock, and so it's approximately 30 feet high, and let's see, what did I say for width? It's a 30-foot depth, and the length of it's about 500 feet. And then obviously it's the, 22-foot wide. It's the whole road section. And you can see where they would key in. The rock will be, or the stone will be approximately 15 inches pit run. And so I think they're having that produced right now. And so they'll key it in at 6-foot sections here, and then 4-foot, and then 2-foot. So it's a large section.
What's going to hold that rock in place, Lila?
Well, it's being placed on rock, so that embankment is rock, and so they're keying it into the rock right here. And so they're going to compact it, and it'll also act as a natural drainage through that section.
And it'll slope away from the roadway into the wetland on the right-hand side there?
Yes, yes. So up here is where our pipe is.
Uh-huh.
And the existing ground right here, and so right here it'll slope off and stay out of that wetland area. But that's why they're going down so deep to get to the bedrock and key it in. So that's what will stabilize it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, would I be interrupting your presentation?
No, not at all.
You know, I'm just curious only because I've looked at what has been happening there and where the present 24-inch pipe was dug down to and around to get out to couple up for the bypass. It looked to me like it was on rock, or the rock had been chiseled into so that it was laying into that. So now with the pipe that's left in the ground, they'll take that out.
Correct.
And then just put the replacement pipe back in where that was at.
Yes, they'll rebed the pipe and put the 3/4 inch minus around the pipe, which is our typical.
Just wanted to make sure they weren't going to go over the top of it or something.
No.
Okay.
I think I probably have a slide of that.
If they do, I'll let you know.
Yeah, this is the section right here of the new pipe bed. And I think I've shown you this slide before. This was our original, kind of their original design of this. And so the contractor will remove the 16-inch line, remove the 24-inch line, and we're going to keep that pipe at the water treatment plant, so they'll move it to that location. That's part of the bid. And so we'll keep that so that we can reuse as much as we can.
Good.
So I think just the ad work agreement is what is in front of you, but I thought you'd like to see the ODOT plans at least.
You've got over 1,000 feet of that, don't you? Because you have another piece that was there in case that piece.
Not the 24-inch. We have another
16.
Piece of the 16 bypass. Yes,
so
we have about 1,000
feet of that.
1,000 feet of that.
Yeah.
Lila, this is planned for September 6th to go under construction roughly?
Yeah. Yes, my schedule, which I brought you. Okay, so they're going to open bids on August 10th, and they'll award the bid on August 17th. And then they'll begin construction. They'll probably start mobilizing around the 18th. And then they'll disconnect the bypass pipeline around September 6th after Labor Day. And then final completion date, they're saying, is no later than October 7th. So that's how long this line would be off. And we are prepared in quite a few different ways besides our Drift Creek line. If we had to put a pipe back in, we would be able to do it in a very short period of time.
The question I would have is, how are you feeling with the cooperation from ODOT and the county and everything else? Your involvement?
I think they're being very cooperative.
Great.
If we felt any different, you wouldn't be seeing this ad work agreement.
Okay.
We've
Good
been,
to hear.
Working with them closely.
From the letter from ODOT, Lila speaks of a deposit being required.
Yes, they're not requiring any type of deposit from us. And what I was going to do when we get the invoice for the $44,000 for the pipe, I'll bill FEMA immediately for that, and they'll start reimbursing us, and then I'll also for the engineering. So I'll have that money coming back in right away, and they'll work with us to make sure that that's reimbursed to us very quickly.
And ODOT is not going to require deposit?
It says so, but they haven't asked for anything at this point. And if we have to, we can do that.
And any news on the undercutting of the pipe on Schooner Creek?
No, it's still in stable condition.
Still hanging there?
Yes.
Do we have plans to somehow support it temporarily or permanently?
We're going to talk to a couple of the agencies that we need to discuss that with, and we might be able to put some riprap back in, but we're working on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lila. That helps. It's no real action from us at this point.
Just ratifying that agreement. Mr. Hawker signed it, so just that council approves it.
For H.D. Fowler.
No, for the ad work agreement.
So
to
does that take
the state.
a motion that...
Yeah.
motion to...
let me explain that. I obviously didn't have the authority to sign that, but I didn't also want to hold up the project. So I signed it and put a note on it that it would need council ratification. So, yes, in order to ratify that, it's an expenditure of money, you'd need a roll call vote.
For the H.D. Fowler, right?
No.
No.
Ad work letter agreement
Correct.
Yeah.
from ODOT.
You approved
You
the
approved the
Fowler
part.
on the consent agenda. It was on the
I'm
consent.
sorry.
I just talked about it outside of that.
So a motion to ratify Mr. Hawker's signature on the ad work letter agreement.
Or just approve the agreement.
Approve the agreement.
That would be...
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agreement. Roll call, please.
Quant,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Eggleton, Ellingson,
Yes.
Sprague,
Yes.
and Norikis. Yes. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Next item of business, we have the Oregon Coastal Zone Management Association is a new fiscal year, and they always ask for appointment of a city councilor to their organization. I've been their representative our representative this last 6 months, and would ask you to appoint me again. If you'd so concur, I'll continue with that assignment.
I make a motion to appoint the mayor as the Oregon Coast Zone Management Association representative for the city of Lincoln City. No problem with that.
All right.
Easy. I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to thank you for doing that. That's a big job.
Appreciate it. Actually, it's gone very well, and I think I can tell you the other communities along the coast are pleased that we're at the table. So far, it's been very much marine-oriented, but they still appreciate having Lincoln City at the table. We have now department committee reports, Visitor Convention Bureau Grant Fund Guideline Revision. Sandy, welcome back.
It's going to be a habit.
Well, between you and Mr. Hoover, you guys are starting to be regulars.
Indeed. You have the proposed guidelines in front of you. I know that the mayor and I think a couple of other city councilors had some questions from last time that we carried over. The chair of the committee, Jim Murphy, is here, as well as one of the committee members, VCC committee members, Don Bredimus, is here, and they probably are better people to address those questions to than me. So I will vacate for a moment and let you inquire of them.
Stay up if you'd like, and
I'll stay
pull up a
nearby.
chair.
How's that?
Sandy, don't go too far away.
Yeah.
My name is Jim Murphy. I'm a Lincoln City resident at 2510 Southwest Dune. I've lived here since 1992. I've been on the VCC committee for maybe 16, 17 years, and I was at one time a planning commissioner for about 2 years. Currently, I work at Salishan Spa and Golf Resort.
Great. Thanks for coming this evening. Actually, councilors, you received this, matter of fact, a multitude of different types of edited guidelines. Same guideline, just edited differently or identified the edits differently. And this would be a time, again, let me say thank you, Sandy, for putting those out. They were a lot easier to read, and I appreciate that. Are there questions from counselors on specifics of any of the guidelines, or would like Mr. Murphy information or request clarification on any of the guidelines?
I have a question, Mr. Murphy, regarding the 90% payment up front. What was the thinking on that? Why the change from the previous, was it 50%?
That's correct. That's correct, Chester. The 50% wasn't enough to help some people that lack the funds get started. So 90% we felt was a better amount to enable those who lack the funds to immediately get started. 50% we felt wasn't enough. So we kind of encompassed more. We were hoping the intent was to enable more applicants to successfully apply, as opposed to being restricted with just 50% to start.
And you don't feel that there will be a lack of incentive to complete the process since they've already received 90% of the funds?
I think I think future applicants will receive more incentive.
More incentive
to apply.
What about completing the last portion of the requirements?
The last portion? Perhaps Sandy can best answer that question. I would think that it wasn't considered that 50% was going to be an issue, as opposed to giving them more 40% more. Sandy?
Yeah, we actually haven't had any trouble with getting the final reports in from people. They want that.
You have not had trouble?
No, they want that last 10%. Sometimes it takes a little while to get them in, but they have a period of several weeks after the event is over with to do that. And the other thing to keep in mind is that most of these are repeat requests for support. And the provision that was put in here was that in the event that they don't, and the organization remains the same as well as the event remaining the same, they get a little punishment by not getting any funds at all for the succeeding year. So that's additional motivation for them to follow through.
Good. And there's also a change in terms of matching funds. They're no longer going to be required of applicants. Is that true?
Chester, the requirement of having matching funds was expanded to not just be of monetary value, but to be of like, how should I say this, Sandy? Like it was
in kind, basically.
In kind
behavior. So some of the places, for instance, maybe don't have the cash to match something, but what they have is a lot of volunteer time that they can put in that amounts to a match, and that allows them, again, with their own volunteer parties and other people that may give them products in kind to help them with their event. We don't know, we can't anticipate what that might be, but that combined with the money will then allow them to put on that event when they might not otherwise be able to do that. So the match is still there. They're just suggesting that it get loosened up a little bit so that the match can come completely in kind or by some in-kind donations from members of the organization.
And one more.
Could I, just on that same, before we move off of that one, Sandy, most of these, and help me, are under $10,000, correct? Are these?
Yes.
So I'm assuming most events that you've seen to date that where they are asking for funds to do an event, their budgets are more than $10,000. So this just serves as a portion of, correct?
Yes, most of them actually are over $20,000. Anytime you put something together like Cascade Head Music Festival, for instance, or the Soundwaves Music Festival, we're talking multiple five-figure numbers. We're one of the smaller parts of what their problem is.
So my point being is there's more than just the VCC involved along with the nonprofit in making the event happen?
I've not seen one that wasn't involving other people's money.
Good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Regarding the impetus for changing the guidelines, this is being done for clarity.
Chester, in the grant guideline meetings that we've had, we found to be pretty restrictive. There have been some objections by the public that the VCC wasn't following it to the letter of the law. And we found that to be very restrictive and perhaps even more restrictive to allow other applicants to apply.
Some of it's clarification, though. I mean, there are some sections in here that were simply clarification and were not modifications.
Right.
I think it's worth pointing out that after the increase in the transit room tax was approved by the voters, and we pledged to put some money out into nonprofits to help out with events. We developed guidelines as a first run through and brought those to council. We had a nod of the council, collective nod of the council's heads, and went ahead with that. I think anything that's adopted like that, the first time out of the chute, I think it bears coming back, reviewing them, and seeing if they need tuned up. And that's what this process really is. Whether you agree with the tune-ups or not is why we're here.
Mr. Hawker's correct about that. This hasn't been a long-standing process. The VCB had a grant fund way back in 1993 or 94 for a very brief period of time. And then the budget took that away. It only lasted for a year or two. And then there's been nothing like this until like 2008 when the new transit room tax funds came into being. So this is really a whole new process that the VCC's had to administer the last 2.5 years.
And I'd like to point out also that the VCC administers the funds. Isn't that correct?
They administer the grant applications, and then if they recommend that a grant be awarded to an organization, then that, assuming it's 10,000 or under, goes to Mr. Hawker for his second approval. If it's more than $10,000, or if Mr. Hawker is uncomfortable with it for any other reason, then it goes to City Council, as he's brought them here before.
Second point, VCC also interprets the guidelines. So the VCC, in my opinion, is directly involved with this entire process, and it's not simply a matter of you and Mr. Hawker determining who's qualified and who's not.
No, actually, except for screening out people who are not, organizations that are not recognized nonprofits, I have nothing to do with it, nor does Mr. Hawker. It all gets set in motion by the VCC.
And the VCC is, in effect, our check and balance.
In effect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions regarding the guidelines? Any specific questions? Gary, anything you see or want to ask for clarity? You okay?
Well, I just wanted to point out, the 5 mile change. I mean, it's not really a change, it's just a change of language, that what has been crossed out, it's in number 10. But the exception of up to 5 miles outside the city may be considered, and so that's changing around a little bit. And I hope by my stating things that no one will interpret it as trying to be an obstructionist or trying to be critical. I really appreciate the work that any volunteer does on any committee in the city. Know how much time can go into it, and things that are decided by the committee carry a lot of weight with the council. But sometimes I feel like one of the reasons there is this level of approval with things is because sometimes we might be aware of things that we've tried to share but haven't been able to. I'm not sure that making money more easily available, at least at this time, is something that I would be interested in, because I think there is going to be a discussion before too long about additional money from the VCB that may be needed elsewhere in the city for some activity. I I didn't know, I guess one of the things that I would wonder is if there was a problem of obtaining money from the grant guidelines that presently exist, why so many people have been able to obtain it. I'm going to assume that grants have been given for all this time. There are guidelines available to issue those grants. And so, other than, I guess, the committee feeling like maybe someone wasn't complying with all of the present regulations, that this now has been refined so that somehow that will not be the case.
I disagree with you, Counselor. The intention was to encourage more applications, not to award more money to those that were denied. For a case in point was changing the 50% to 90%. We're just making it easier for that applicant to pay for things up front. The matching grant, it just qualifies people to those that don't have the money up front, has like-in-kind things like labor or volunteerism. The marketing outside the 5 mile radius category just enables people to market. For example, the Sitka Center was a case in point where they needed to market outside the city limits to bring people in. And I think one more thing that hasn't been brought up is that on a number of occasions in this old grant guidelines, there was a category to quantify on a grading scale who qualifies and who doesn't. And it was very difficult for the board as a whole to say, well, if someone's got 85 points, does that mean they fail? If they got 95 points, do they pass? So it was difficult for us to quantify that, and so we changed it to be more objective. Be more objective. And secondly, and lastly, this new revision has the ORS, I think you call it the definition 320, in here for the board, and for that matter, applicants not knowing what a 320 was. It was very difficult for us to find that even on the web. So Sandy was able to introduce that in here. If at all, if anything's to be revised at all, it has to. We like to have that 320 statute. I think it's a statute in this application for us, for all of us, either an applicant or the board, to see right up front what it's all about. So I kind of disagree with you if you think more money is going to be awarded.
I didn't mean to say more money.
Mm-hmm.
I just meant to say to make it easier to get money. If I'm looking for a business partner to do something, all things considered, I mean, we have had in the past connected with the city like a business incubator thing, which has nothing to do with this. But I mean, that's taking somebody right from the beginning and going through a process which inevitably ends up having them be in business. And my preference, if everything is equal, let me ask you this. Of the $70,000 or $75,000, $80,000, how much has been awarded every year of that amount of money?
I'd have to look, but not $75,000 every year. I'm guessing if I pulled an average, it'd be somewhere between 55 and 65, but not 75. We've never maxed out. We've refused a number of grant applications and never maxed out.
So, Gary, if I can move along, do you have any heartburn concerns of these specific guidelines? Because these are certainly what we're looking at.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that the 5 mile is not different. There was already language in there in the present application for the 5 mile.
So you're okay.
And I don't like the modification to number 11 to where if a report has not been given, was not filed in the previous years. Now the language says grant funds will not be awarded unless the project has been taken on by an entirely new organization, to me that would be kind of a license to not follow through on what you've agreed, and then just have somebody different come in and say, I've taken this on, and so I want to qualify for the money. There are a couple of other things, but I mean, overall, it's not, I'm not trying to take it apart. And I know last time, at the last meeting, it probably came across like I was trying to micromanage something, and that's not where I'm coming from in here. I just don't know what the problem with the present ordinance is.
It's not an ordinance. These are guidelines.
Guideline.
And again, reminding council, guidelines are just those guidelines that we find through time need to be changed, and that's what's happening. You know, these changes coming forth for us to consider. I might remind council also that, you know, the whole idea of this is to take a fixed amount of money, $75,000, and allow us to move it out of VCB and allow others, you know, to try a marketing strategy or event idea on us. And would that be fair, Sandy?
Absolutely. In fact, we're encouraging them to please do that.
We're encouraging creativity beyond our city staff through the VCB to bring us events, ideas, thoughts, and we're willing to, through these guidelines, fund those. So keep that in mind, and of course, good ideas, you know, get compounded and get expanded and, you know, become perhaps glass balls on the beach, you know, or something.
The Newport Seafood and Wine Festival started out 30 years ago with 300 people and a pile of volunteers, and look where it went.
There we go.
And I mentioned, too, besides getting ideas from nonprofits, it's the volunteer component that a lot of these organizations can bring to bear a huge number of volunteer hours, and it just maximizes the use of volunteers in the community.
Other questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for sending me over the notes. It clarified quite a few of my questions, and I think we got the notes published in a public way and things like this. I think people would understand more of what you're doing, because the way it appears now from the public side of you is that you're behind closed doors. We know how to feel how boards are working behind closed doors and things like this. If it brings you out in the open, like I say, publishing the minutes of the meetings and things like this makes everything a lot clearer to everyone, what's going on, what grants are coming in, what grants were requested, things like that, and it might stir somebody else somewhere along the line to come in and ask for some money too.
Third Monday of every month, 4 p.m. right here, the VCC meets. Anybody's welcome.
I understand that, but we need the notes afterwards, the minutes afterwards. We get them published, we get them out there, and people can understand what's going on, things like this, and just make it, you know, open to everybody.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mr. Sprague?
I'm sorry I had to step out there for a second. I may have missed something that you already discussed, but my only heartburn with the thing is the fact that I come up with a scenario where somebody comes to you with an idea that sounds just great, but they haven't got dime one. So we end up putting up 90% of $10,000, $9,000, and they get halfway through the project, and then, well, there's no way we're going to make this work, and they're gone. And so we're out $9,000. So I'm really not comfortable with 90% up front. I'm much more comfortable with 50% and the old guidelines, and I would prefer that we do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
You know, I've been torn about mentioning what I'm about to, because I know specifically concerning this, it doesn't.
Let's get to the point, though, so we can move off and keep going. So please.
Go ahead.
No,
I'm
please
done.
Proceed, but I need to get you to get to the point, though, Gary. So if you would.
It has been mentioned to us as of late that maybe the VCB should be helping the cultural center more. And you're going to ask what one thing has to do with the other. If right now there is money in a grant fund and it's not all being used, that perhaps could be money that could go to the cultural center or something like that. If we if we try to max out what we've got in our funds to where there's actually an increased demand, what my concern is that on the other side, in the final analysis, is how much money are we spending for advertising?
Okay, Garrett, if I can, you're talking about funding. We're talking about guidelines. So let's get back to the guidelines and make sure we're comfortable here, and then at some other point.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but I have a method that may perhaps satisfy Gary. If it's the amount of the $75,000, for example, if council wished to say, let's make that 60 because we want to do 15 of something else. It's either in the budget or it's at the time that, I guess any time that it's not committed, that council could say, we want to reduce the 75 to 60 or whatever because we have other purposes for it. For example, the Cultural Center. But I also note that the Cultural Center has applied for grants and has gotten grants, I believe, out of this program.
Yeah, the Cultural Center has already gotten commitments for $100,000 worth of grants for an executive director, and also another, it's either $3,000 or $4,000 for a sound system that they have not yet had an opportunity to follow through on. But they've applied and gotten them.
For over 3 years. I mean, I'm aware of everything that everybody's bringing up, but I just had to put that out there.
Okay. Let's hold on the funding formula, if we could. Do you have any other concerns?
I like that numbering system yet, or grading. But he could go back and look and see how many points something got and why it got that and why another one rejected.
So is there a process now that that you could share with us as you're evaluating applicants as to why one over another?
Good question, Counselor. Every board member has there is a point system that the board has been encouraged to utilize based on the current guidelines. The problem is that the point system is different, represents different things for each member. For example, if I looked at a case in point and I graded it at 85 points and someone next to me graded it at 10, at what point do you throw out the application? At what line do you say, okay, if the group's met 100 points, then they're in? Is that a criteria? If the application met 75 points, they're out. But then, so we wound up evaluating each group by its own merits and found that was more beneficial, and the grading system just didn't do that grant justice by using a grading system. There were a few grant applications that were ranked low. They were not awarded as much money. But maybe half that much, but they were encouraged to utilize that grant money based on its uniqueness or how innovative it was. The point system wouldn't have given it the credit of being innovative.
Mr. Burke, let me interrupt you there because I'm reading from the guidelines, evaluating criteria. So if we went to the guidelines, for example, and under item 17, and you have A, B, C, D criteria, so that's what I'm assuming the committee members would be having in front of them on each application. I think the counselor is interested in some kind of documentation on those criteria from each committee member as to, so it may not be a point system, but what would he see from each committee member that helped the committee conclude that event X was the one to go with?
We would be reviewing what's called the application of the applicant himself, and each of those points, for example, the need, what resources are available to the applicant, what is the total budget. That applicant would have to enter that information on the application. Let's say, for example, that the group didn't provide a budget or one that was adequate enough. They were scored low on that. And on
when you're saying scored low, now you're talking about a point system that you're fouling. So I guess that's what I'm trying to get to, is in fact there a grid or something that your committee members would be going through so that I could see how you concluded that.
I see. Councilor Mayor, we were at liberty to devise our own point system, our grading system. We were told to do a point system, just told us to do a point system, so it was up to us to devise one. For example, A there might be ranked on a 20-point system, and we gave it anywhere from 1 to 20 points.
Okay, I guess I'm not making...
Maybe I can help.
Please.
I think what he's asking about is if an applicant got rejected, for instance, and wanted to see what it was that produced the result, what would they see? And partly, I believe, it would be the notes of the individual committee members. And also, when they go through this process of reviewing the applications, they do it on the record, and they talk about it, and there would be the notes and so forth from the meeting about exactly where everybody fell. Because they go through it one by one person at a time.
Yeah, but if I can remember, the minutes are hard to get to. They're not posted on the website. So, now that would change. So I'm going back, looking for consistency, and you're right on. My recommendation would be this end up being a scorecard, your evaluation criteria, and committee members, as they're reviewing applications, lift off whatever they want, and you tell them what the point system is, or a letter A, B, C for each item. But so you have some kind of documentation that says why 3 out of the 4 of you liked the resource piece and 1 didn't.
We would share we wouldn't give the grant applicant documentation. We would discuss it.
We could do that, though. I mean, we could take whatever they say for each of those categories and reduce that to a written summary to give to an applicant if they wanted it.
I hate to beat this, but at the crux of all this is we're trying to take the mystery out of this. So bear with me. Guidelines, I love guidelines because it lets us and the public and you know what to follow every time. And that's been, to answer the earlier question of why the change, I think previous guidelines, my opinion, have been skewed a bit. They allowed too much room for subjectivity. So it's just pulling it in. Here they are. So I'm honing back and would hope that there's clear documentation, because you are a public meeting committee, clear documentation of how a decision was arrived at. So I think you need to come up with some kind of grading system or point system or something for your criteria. And I have nothing wrong with the criteria. Just you need the consistency with the members.
Diane Coos, one of our board members, did devise a system that we used. I think it was earlier this year. We did use a system like that. You don't see it. We didn't share that with the public, but we do have that.
Okay, let's make it part of it then.
Sure.
Okay.
I've got a question here. Okay, we're talking about individual grants, right?
Correct.
On this numbering system. What happens when you have multiple grants? Who decides which grant gets funded, which grant doesn't get funded? If you've got multiple grants that all seem to be good ideas, if you don't have a number system.
Oh, well, they come in, multiple grant applications come in by a deadline.
Right.
So you do have more than one, in theory, in front of you to divvy up the money.
Right, and so you go down. So don't you have to use a point system then? To make
some kind of system.
Some kind of a system to figure out which grants get approved, which grants. You might have 2 good grants and you only got $10,000 and you need 15. So what happens? Who gets cut?
Well, and that's this criteria.
But each individual one does. And they get assigned a number point, and that way you look at all the grants at one time to find out who gets funded.
So your concern is
let's
test with it. There's $75,000 on the table. Applications come in for $95,000. So you spread them out, and you start, and they're all good applicants, meaning they met the criteria. By the way, love that piece, that it's clear, concise, what the criteria of being even eligible. It's no slacking on that. So now, I guess your question is, the total is more than available, how do you evaluate, either cut everybody because they're all good ones, or some get cut out because as you're going through your evaluation criteria, they score lower? And that should be something documented with each applicant. Then.
Mr. Mayor, that's a nice problem to have. It hasn't happened.
No, I understand. But
if it should happen, I probably would turn to Sandy or Mr. Hawker to be advised as to what to do.
Well, yeah,
Though we're back to the same conundrum again. We're doing guidelines here. We don't have any guidelines to say, okay, what happens when these things happen? I foresee something else coming out. If we publicize this enough, we seem to be getting a lot of responses from people when we do things now. I mean, the sound waves came up and they got good response, and other people are getting good responses for things we bring up into public view. I'm just worried about, what are we going to do? You come back to us, say, okay, we need $75,000, $85,000. I don't know. I just wanted to, there's a...
Well,
I don't know.
Here's what bothers me is the minute you said you'd go to Sandy and Mr. Hawker, it needs to be in the guidelines. I thought that's why we're here tonight, is you need to be comfortable with your guidelines to follow, that you don't have to go to Sandy or Mr. Hawker. Isn't that the purpose? And I apologize if I'm missing the point, but I think you're there. You've got the evaluating criteria. What you don't have, and all I'm suggesting is that, each committee member, as they're reviewing each applicant, grades it based on your criteria.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you suggesting then that when all the applicants are together and it goes over the 75,000, that there be something entered in the guidelines as to what to do if that should happen?
Well, you only have 75.
Right.
So the answer is you've got to get it down to 75. How are you going to do that?
I see what you're saying.
Do you? But even so, now let's say it's 55,000 and you've got plenty of money.
Right.
But even some of those, just because they apply, doesn't mean they deserve the funding. So I'm still concerned about your evaluation of your stated criteria. And because somebody might meet all the test here on this cover, move over to your evaluating criteria and score low, like they don't have a budget, for example. I don't know that I would encourage you to fund a grant if they don't have a budget in there.
And there have been occasions where we haven't.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just a point. Mr. Murphy indicated that they already have this, so we just don't have it as part of the guidelines.
Well, I'm not sure. I get mixed signals. That's why I'm hoping somebody will raise their hand and say, we got you covered.
They do have those. They operate on those. They've actually rejected applicants that did fit the absolute criteria on the front, but did not score well for whatever other reasons. The application was not up to par with some of the other ones, and so they rated that lower and rejected those completely.
Okay.
So they do that process, and we can, I suppose, incorporate that process in here somehow. I'm not sure how I would do it with the language, but I can take a shot at it.
Well, just, again, I think the final step would be that there's a record of it, so that's not subjective. That would be the only, for me, the piece that's missing.
They do that.
I think you're there.
They do that, and it's just a matter of keeping a record, and we can do that.
Right. I did have
I have another question. If we go back through your old grants, are there numbers on them right now where we could see what they were numbered at?
You're talking about that the grid point system?
Right.
I think
you say that you have? I mean, are there numbers on those grants?
Each board member keeps their own grid.
I mean, there is none on the final grant that this grant was an 85 or this grant was a 95 or this.
No, we didn't tally all the scores and average them out or publish them for the record.
So I think what we're saying now, we're encouraging that would be a piece of the record. Yeah. The purpose, one thing, and Cindy, maybe you could help me. I love the purpose. It talked about the shoulder months emphasis. But I'm remembering as you talked about the marketing plan, you started moving into some summer months. I just raised for myself, does it do any good to allow some of your experimentation with the nonprofits to also cover summer months, or is that something to stay away from?
That'd be your pay grade and not mine to make that decision, because it's
Well,
a
it's in
change
your
in
marketing
policy.
plan, no?
Well, no, it's not exactly. What I said last time was that because the summer appeared to be so bad, we made some changes and moved some things up and spent some money that we don't normally spend. But the whole idea of emphasizing the shoulder and off-season has not, to the best of my knowledge, been changed by anybody. If it helps you at all, typically there aren't very many special events that happen in the summer because people don't have time to do them.
That's right.
The Sandcastle contest is one of those things, and frankly, the VCB has for years and years and years sponsored the Sandcastle contest out of VCB funds rather than grant funds.
Okay.
But there's, Yeah,
it's just something I'm looking for consistency. The other item I had also was, I think one that Gary may have brought up, item 12, where it talked about an applicant that had gotten a grant, had done the event, but not turned in the final report. And then the event itself may reappear, but under the guidance of a different organization, which is acceptable by our guidelines. And I'm not uncomfortable with that at all, except for the fact would we be looking at it as a brand new event because we wouldn't have any result data on the previous year because the old organization didn't put in. And, I'm trying to figure out if the event's worth doing again.
Basically, somebody would be using somebody else's name and fashioning their own event for that year is what it would amount to, and we would not be probably in that circumstance privy to any results from the previous year. And the event might be so different in character, but the name remains the same, and that's kind of what's happened.
Okay, that makes. Other than that, I think it made sense. Like I said, I thought they're great changes. It got a lot clearer for me. I'm comfortable with the need to make, changes. The other thing that I always put down is somehow trying to come back to council with, kind of the report after the fact of, maybe it's once a year with all the events or all the donations that went out for events, maybe how they did, just kind of you got to always get our curiosity up, and it would be a nice way to.
I can do it either. I usually show up here at least twice a year to talk about what goes on with the VCB. I can do it as part of that. Or if you want me to bring it back to you at the end of every grant funding cycle, which would be the end of September, probably, and then again the end of March or April, and let you know what got funded, that's easy.
You wouldn't have results, though, would you? You'd have grant funding cycle, but they would have had their event done?
No, not necessarily, but I would.
I was trying to get a completion of an event.
Well, what I could do is plan on, like later in the winter, maybe in November, bringing you the stuff that's finished for the fall, and then in the spring, March or April, bringing you the rest of the stuff that's going on in the meantime.
Yeah,
I don't mind doing that.
Okay, so that would help just kind of close the loop. Anything else? Otherwise, I'm. Or the formula. Oh, okay, go ahead, Cody.
It seemed like when the meeting was held for these guidelines, not much time was put out there. And I do believe that, just like what some of the things that Mr. Anderson brought up for me, I think had that meeting been publicized and more time been given where people could have read it and found it, I think that more of these questions would have come up that we've been asking, and I think this would have been clearer. That's my opinion.
Okay. But again, why we held this over from the last council meeting was to give the public an opportunity to look and ourselves. So, in hindsight, perhaps we've accomplished it, though, by more thorough look. And again, limited public inquiry.
Mr. Mayor?
Can we talk about the formula? That seems to be the only thing on the table. Is a question. Councilor Sprague was concerned about the formula for distribution going back to the old, which was 50%,
50, 25,
25, and then 25 at the conclusion.
Yeah.
And Mr. Sprague seemed to like that. Again, I remind folks this is typically 10,000 or less, and confirmed by Sandy, not many, if any, projects have gone on with just this funding. There's numerous funding.
I understand that.
Okay.
This is $10,000 worth of, somebody paid the taxes.
Right.
And I think we have to be good stewards of the taxes. And I think that there needs to be a carrot out there at the end of this thing so that it's going to be there will be more incentive to make the final reports. And if they only have 10%, they could walk and leave it. And maybe they haven't done that, but it's always a possibility. And I just feel more comfortable with the old guideline.
Is there any modification of less of or more of a hold at the end? Could you go with 75-25?
I go with 50-50. I think that'd be fine too. That eliminates one of the reports.
Well, that's all what I was looking at, trying to have to fund
Simplify
too many
the process,
times.
yeah.
So you'd get comfortable with up front and then at report.
50-50 would be fine.
So now, other thoughts on that percentage? I'm quite frankly not as comfortable with the 50-50. I'd go to 75-25, just knowing the funding that's needed to put things on. But other councilors' thoughts?
I think the 75-25 is a lot better than the 90-10.
Okay.
That's, more comfortable with that. Because like 10%, I don't know.
$1,000 for $10,000, yeah. Okay. You two, any thoughts?
I like the 50%.
Okay.
But, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Are we done with the 50?
No, we haven't concluded anything there. Yeah.
I want to conclude it?
Yeah.
No.
So you're still talking on the funding? Are you talking of the funding issue?
No.
Okay. So can you hold your thought then until we resolve that? Chester, do you have a thought on the guidelines are 90-10 at this point, the revised guidelines. So there's really 3 proposals out there.
We've got plenty of input. I don't need to put any more.
But do you have a favorite so we can go to either one and make a recommendation?
No.
Okay. Gordon? No. So do you have a thought on 50-50 or 75-25 or 90-10?
50-50.
Okay. 2 50-50s and 2 90-10s. Gentlemen, you're swinging. Or 75-25. It's up to you two. Those are your... Don't say 90-10s now.
You have to be kidding.
We're spending a lot of time on this. Otherwise, we'll just go 90-10. Can I make a motion for a 90-10 to, go with the guidelines?
Make a motion to go with 90-10.
Thank you. And stay with the guidelines that are approved or that are recommended? Could I have a...
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
You asked me earlier, which I did not think would happen this evening based on what happened at the last meeting when I tried to state my opinion concerning some things, what I would be interested in interjecting some comments on. So, because you asked, item number 7, which has to do with sustainability, I think does not need to be changed. I think if people are going to apply for money from us, that we need business partners that have capacity. And I'm all for helping somebody get a start, but, if we take out future sustainability where possible, put in where possible, somebody could just come year after year and not, or grant after grant time, and not have progressed to where perhaps they don't need a grant. And I realize that goes over into item number 16, which I think could stay the same, because we change that, recognizing that most nonprofits never reach complete sustainability. And I guess it's a question of semantics or making sure we're speaking the same language. But you alluded earlier to like the Seafood and Wine Festival. That's the type of thing that I would like to see. Not, of course, we can't do that every time, but a more modest, thing like the Seafood and Wine Festival, or finally developing into that. If we put language in that will never reach sustainability, people could just come and get grants time and time again.
I don't think the Seafood and Wine Festival is sustainable completely either. Most of these kinds of organizations and issues require public support, or they don't make it. But
okay, the number 10 has to do with the 5 mile, and I don't see why we have to change the language with that. We presently allow grants up to 5 miles away, so I'm not trying to change anything for Salishan or Sitka. I just don't know why it has to be, the wording has to be changed around. Number 12.
So, Gary, how would you like to operate with this? You're going through now. Would you like some thought?
This process.
Would you like a thought on that 5 mile to see if it changes your opinion?
Sure.
I mean, that's what I'm getting at is as you hit one of these things now, we can either, I'd like to see if we can pass these guidelines on and get some direction right now, because they may sway your opinion with more information that you're okay with it. Is that okay with you? So I don't want to just keep moving on and not getting something resolved, because I think we're so close to approving the guidelines that I'd like to get the guidelines approved so they could proceed. Does that follow?
No.
So is it your intention to approve guidelines tonight?
I wasn't going to approve these guidelines.
Okay. All right. So that's okay.
I see what we're trying to do now, and that's why I'm trying to be a team player. My opinion is now being asked for. I could have offered it earlier, but it's now while everybody is here, so I'm taking everybody's time. I'm also taking time off of my life.
No,
how long it would have been.
Okay. Does any other counselors have an issue with the wording on the 5 mile? No? So
I think I do.
Okay. So what is your question? Let's help Gary get comfortable. What is the 5 mile? Could you explain to us the 5 mile paragraph and the thought behind it and the difference that's being changed?
Yes. One of the things that you do to market an event is to promote it outside of the area that the event is going to occur in, because you want visitors to come in. And there are a variety of ways to do that. Sometimes you can do that with just plain hard advertising. Sometimes you might do it with trade show-like events. Sometimes you'll do it with other spin-off kinds of events that drive a particular market here. The issue came up because the Sitka Center promotes its events, and the Sitka program, which is a good one for Lincoln City and brings a lot of people here, through an event called the Sitka Invitational, which is not a newspaper advertisement, but rather an event in Portland that they attract their wealthy patrons, if you will, the folks who support their events and support their program, to a weekend of activities, and they use that to drive those folks to Lincoln City and to those promotions and to spending time and money here. And so the money went to doing what amounts to a trade show. It's not exactly a trade show, but an event in Portland that was promotional. So the event was more than 5 miles outside of Lincoln City, even though Sitka isn't. And that's what created the controversy, if you will. And so I just modified the language after talking with the VCC about it to try to explain the difference between activities that are promotional in nature and are outside the city more than 5 miles and ones that are meant to actually bring the people here for an event, and those need to stay here, so we're not promoting outside the area.
So the way this reads is marketing and stuff knowingly reaches far beyond 5 miles.
It should, yes.
In order to draw people here. But yet your wording tries to keep the event that we're funding actually within 5 miles.
Yeah, I was trying to clarify the difference between the two.
Right. So, Gordy, so let's make sure Gordy and Gary understand this. No, you go, this was yours. Where are you on the 5 mile now? Do you understand the definition? Are you comfortable with that definition? Okay, because the answer is, of course, the event is within 5 miles of Lincoln City at least, but understand Lincoln City's population. The idea is to bring tourists and others.
Yes, but
so it reaches out.
All kinds of events that are 5 miles out.
No, this is the marketing. Marketing is going to be beyond 5 miles. So somehow you can pay for correct me when I'm wrong, pay for marketing to reach the valley, to invite valley people to the event within 5 miles of Lincoln City. Fair?
Correct.
Giving the grant to pay for the advertising.
Could be part of their project.
I think part of the confusion is that marketing an event is not just advertising. Marketing takes lots of different forms, and sometimes it's another event, if you will, to drive people from a particular
location. Another form of marketing, yeah. But the point being is it's acceptable to market outside Lincoln City to attract people to Lincoln City. So you're okay? Gary?
I'm sorry you had to have all this discussion, Mr. Mayor. All I simply tried to say was that I didn't feel like the additional language is necessary. I didn't say I was opposed to it. Presently, it says if the project is within the city limits, but an exception of up to 5 miles may be considered. End of story. It worked perfectly fine, just the way it was worded. But if somebody thinks that it has to have more added to it and go into all of this detail.
All right. So what's your next?
Okay.
Do you have another one?
Number 12. It's about the final report not having been filed the previous year. So I'm thinking if there's somebody that has applied for a grant or maybe 2 or 3 grants and then they just kind of disappear and then somebody reappears and says, oh, I'm now them. I'm taking this over. But we're now basically saying that that's okay, that they did not complete the reports to us.
Okay, let me help, because this is the one I had a question on as well. What I heard Sandy say, and got clarification, is that the sandcastle, I'm making things up now, the building of sandcastles on the beach sponsored by Kiwanis gets funded. Kiwanis doesn't do the final report. The Lions come back next year and do sandcastles on the beach. Using the same name, different organization, they could get funding. If Kiwanis tried to come back doing sandcastles, no. And probably if Kiwanis came back trying to do kite flying, it'd be no. Because the experience is no report.
Okay. I'm not happy with that, but I will buy that. I will go for that. Number 12. And you don't have to make me happy right now or at any time.
Okay. What's your next
that's
one?
That's fine. Number 16, and Sandy maybe just spoke to that a little bit, that maybe it just didn't sound right to me, that complete sustainability, I'm paraphrasing, that some nonprofits may never reach complete sustainability. And I was just wondering if we want to have business relationships of making a contribution of which the contribution helps them to be sustainable, but of which they're not sustainable. That's all.
I'm, again, looking at these things as R&D type of activities that we're experimenting, allowing others to experiment on some events and ideas. And you're right, we're funding them, we're encouraging them to be creative. Some make it, some don't.
Yeah, I'd like to have as relatively have there be a way to get as strong a business partners as possible. You know, I'm not looking at this like we're a business incubating committee going on at the VC.
Do you have a suggestion here then that would get there?
Don't change it.
Don't change it from...
Change 16. Annual events must demonstrate policies to ensure future financial stability, period.
Well,
now, maybe Sandy has a comment of why that is not possible. I just don't get it right now. That's my comment. I mean, you asked for it, and I only have one other than this.
Okay. I think, again, Sandy, if I may, that what I heard is, let's be real. Projects, events don't, part of it is we're trying some things. We're trying new ideas.
Trying it doesn't work out. So that doesn't mean you do it again and again.
Oh, okay.
I mean, to me, when something doesn't work out, I don't do it again.
Okay.
But
if I can, Gary, it wouldn't over here on the criteria be your after-event report that says you did an event, nobody came, so, they come back the next year for the same event. I'd like to think that the report would, the history would say, unless you're doing something substantially different, we're not going to fund that again.
Yeah, then the report could simply say, we have reached financial stability, or our financial stability is in part this grant that we're receiving from you.
Okay.
I mean, we're taking what I think is just a common business practice of wanting to invest in things that are financially...
Okay. Next, what's your last one?
The last one is 17.
17.
And that's the point system. If it isn't the 100-point system, I wish there was some kind of system whereby it could be measured, because I heard through the grapevine, so to speak, that someone had been awarded a grant, but then at the last did not get it. And I had just hoped that there would be a measure whereby, if that in fact were to happen, it could be told to the person the reason that the point system did not meet, or the whatever system is being used did not meet the...
Gary, and forgive me, but we had a long discussion on this earlier, just about that, and put it back to them. Here's the evaluation criteria of which committee members would use. That needs to be from each committee member with the application, I think we concluded, correct? So that an applicant would know why their project didn't get funded or not, so there wouldn't be that mystery.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
You guys are trying my patience down here, so what's up? Yep, Mr. Sprague?
50-50.
Yeah, and I would like to go with the 50-50. I will go with basically everything else I think that's been mentioned. But the 50%, I don't think we should give more than 50% out initially. That's just not good business practice.
Okay. Make a motion to approve the guidelines with that modification.
What modification? Are you putting in the point system?
Nope. These guidelines.
They have a bunch of guidelines in their authority. It's just down there farther.
We didn't do. We just had twice now that.
Well, I know.
No, they. We're leaving it up to the committee to, it may be a letter system, it may be a point system, but there will be an evaluation based on this criteria, A, B, and C, that will be attached to the...
Something going to be written in saying that?
Correct. Attached to each application by each committee member, so you can see, so that how a decision was made isn't a mystery.
And Sandy's going to let us know how that works.
Well, we'll see it.
Yeah, we'll see it.
So there's a motion on the table to approve these guidelines with the change being the funding to be a 50-50, 50 up front, 50 at time of report.
Second.
Mayor Anderson?
Please.
There was still a motion on the floor for 90-10 by Councillor Quamp.
Yeah, that died with a lack of a second.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Second.
So there's a second for the motion to approve these guidelines with that modification of a 50-50. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Sorry to put you guys through that, but
I'm sorry to put you through it, too.
All right.
I really am.
Thanks for your time.
Please, Councilor.
Now that we've got the guidelines dealt with, I'm wondering, since the ordinance is 30 years old and we are seemingly no longer abiding by the ordinance, whether we have to change the ordinance or eliminate the ordinance or do something to get some consistency with our intentions and our actions.
I would agree. Last meeting, we had asked council to research and get us, the charter, kind of give us guidance as to what the code, charter, and line it up as to what we needed to do.
And that's on Joan Kelsey's plate. She got called out of town, and I think, as many of you probably know, she's had a personal issue that involving her family member that she's had to make a few trips. We'll have that on a future meeting. And
thank you.
Maybe in view of that, until you go through that issue, maybe we ought to put this marketing plan issue on hold, and particularly in view of the fact we've got 4 public hearings, and I don't know if we have a whole bunch of people here wanting to testify or not, but...
Sounds good. I would agree, because until were you expecting, Sandy, approval on the marketing plan, or what was the plan on the...
My recollection was that you wanted time to ask me a boatload of questions, and I was going to get ready to try to answer those.
All right. But I would agree. We were kind of waiting, I think, at this point for council to see if we needed to and what the...
we're not holding up on our programs, okay? And so, unless you wish to change something that we're currently doing or planning on, there's no urgency to this. You can take this. You can be methodical about this.
I would agree. An observation, though, if I could, as you take back and think about the marketing, as many times as I read these guidelines, I found it interesting, though, for our $10,000 grant request, we in essence asked for a marketing plan, financials, and results for $10,000. So I would hope and be looking for a marketing plan, because the financials, we approved the budget. This would be the marketing plan that in front of us. I would hope we could somehow fixate some kind of results, expectations. So if you could, because it's easy to do to someone else, as we've just discovered. Now I think we need to do it to ourselves. And
Sure. I'm going to need a little clarification from you about that, because this is a different process in that the budget happens separately from the marketing plan, and the marketing plan gets completed, if you will, moved on only to the extent that the budget allows it. And so if you want me to try to prepare budgets for individual pieces of the marketing plan, you need to let me know that now, because that's a big job.
I don't. and I'm speaking for myself right now, what I'm comfortable with for this coming fiscal year is the budget that we approved, with the understanding that the accounting for events gets identified by events going forward, and we agreed to that. So, and we can see the funding for different things from the budget. So for this year, I'm fine. I'm going to make the assumption the marketing plan is there. What's missing for me is expectations as a result of the marketing plan. So somehow, I think you need to get us comfortable with, by going through this marketing plan within parameters. But what would we see? What would we expect to see? Something, because I'm reminded, Nike fires the marketing companies all the time because they don't get results. Well, they're able to measure something. Granted, it's tennis shoes or shirts. But we ought to be able to measure what we're expecting, and that's either heads in the bed, TRT money, something tied to different events, different activities in your marketing plan.
We can do that to some extent. We can only do it cosmically to another extent. But yeah, I can actually attach some of that to different kinds of advertising and promotion. I've got that. That's easy to do.
Something to get us, so we start thinking that way, is this is what, by doing this activity, what we're expecting to see at, even time period or within this time period or X.
It would have been easier before the recession, but
yeah, well,
I'll give it a shot.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yes.
I know we're not going to take up the marketing plan this evening, but I would just like to quickly thank Chester for bringing up the ordinance language, because, quite frankly, I immerse myself in the ordinance language, and that's the language that I've been trying to speak through a lot of this process, and it doesn't coincide with the charter language, and it's just going to be important for that to coincide so we're basically on the same page. And in conjunction with that, relative to what you're saying, I would just like to simply state that the things that we can measure that have some form of measure to them will be things that we can improve.
Sure.
So,
all right,
maybe we're not as far apart as we think.
Okay.
And I know it won't be perfect, but again, think of it as guidelines. We'll just start with some kind of parameters to...
Should I make the assumption then that you don't want me to bring the marketing plan back until such time as Joan Kelsey has had the opportunity to bring back the other issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Council, all right with that? Sure, I am saying yes and not looking. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you both. Thanks for coming.
I'm actually happy to.
Thank you, Jim, for your service. Jim, thank you.
Hey, thank you for your service.
All right. We have city manager reports.
I'm going to do this real quick, or I'm going to try to do it real quick. We've had, on the business incubator, we've had 5 tentative, 5 responses to our advertisements. I can't tell you at first glance, I don't think any of them is going to be competing with Microsoft anytime soon. And I don't know if any of them is viable or exactly what we're looking for, but there is some interest. And I think my recommendation is to reform the committee at least initially to look at these that we've gotten so far and those that might come in the next month or so. And I really have tried to avoid having staff or myself look at different business plans and make a decision. I would felt a lot more comfortable having the committee that council appointed interview in confidence the people and ask questions that if I got the answers to would be public records, etc. And anyway, I think it's worth taking the next step on these. We have space sitting vacant. It's good space. It's not great space, but that's of course up to council.
So we've kind of put on hold the idea of opening back up the incubator Business Incubator Committee. There's, I think, one person whose term is still valid, and so we'd need to appoint some more folks.
How many spaces are available?
6 or 7, depending on how we really count it. You mean offices? Yeah, there's one shared conference room, a shared reception area, and 6 or 7 offices, depending on how we want to count them.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
And I'd be happy to give any of you a tour if you haven't seen the space. It's pretty nice space. It doesn't have windows and so on, but it's not really upscale, but it's decent commercial space for somebody wanting to move out of the home or get started.
So let's, if comments on, the committee to whether we reactivate the Business Incubator Committee?
I was just going to ask if we have to have a committee.
You don't.
Well,
I was going to say,
Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I can, off the top of my head, I would be comfortable with having Mr. Hawker, or maybe Mr. Hawker in committee.
No, that's what he just got done saying, and I have to agree with him.
I'll do it if I'm directed.
It's really not something I want staff to do, quite frankly, so I would prefer us, involve viable citizens that are interested, and we can keep staff working on, other things. This renting space is not something. Now, this might be something you'd like to chair.
Oh, I wouldn't, Mr. Mayor, but if I could just complete my thought, and I know Mr. Hawker said he didn't particularly want to do it, but we task him with managing the city, and he's with the ebb and flow and knows the building, and I'm sure if he reads these things over, I would, if I'm not comfortable with having him do this, then I shouldn't be comfortable with having him do some of the things he does.
It's not a matter of being comfortable, it's a time commitment, Gary. I really don't want him involved in this. So the question I would have is, are you interested in activating a committee, running to see if there are people interested in, encouraging, mentoring, looking at viability of an incubator system? Yes or no?
Yeah, if we can find somebody that wants to fill all the forms out and go through a background check.
No, I'm not talking about the application. Somebody to be a committee and go, are you interested in activating the committee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chester?
I'm interested in activating the committee, and I'm also interested in seeing some guidelines on how they're going to judge which business is appropriate or which is not. Also, I'm questioning a time limit, whether there should be a time limit. Again, who qualifies and why.
Okay.
But yes, I'd like to take the next step.
Because I think to answer some of those questions, I think there's some of that material from the committee of past, and we'd charge this new group to dust it off, look, see if it's still relevant, but, would give them something to do.
Good.
This way, Mr. Sprague, what say you?
I'm interested in starting the committee again, but one question is, and Gary mentioned it, and that is, are they going to have to go through background checks and all the other stuff we were just talking about?
Yeah. To be a committee member?
To be a committee member.
Correct.
To decide whether or not somebody gets a space. I'm just wondering if that seems almost overkill to me.
Well, welcome to...
Well, I guess,
2000.
So now you can distinguish between that and the art committee
I can't, but I'm...
Okay, all right.
It just seems it's a one-time shot. And
well, no, it actually isn't a one-time shot.
It's an ongoing committee?
It has been in the past because it's... Oh, yeah. These may not be viable. There have been applicants before for space, and I guess what we're looking at is we have space. We've had the idea of trying to incubate businesses and grow and kind of long-term and going in conjunction with the community college and everything else. So in my experience, it has not been successful at all other than one, the Silet's, I forget the name.
Tribal
Program Corporation that, other than that, they've just been spinning their wheels with different applicants.
Okay. Well, then, If it's an ongoing committee, then that's okay, I guess.
Okay. You're interested, or, the alternative, you just, leave it empty. I mean, there's enough space empty in town.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If you ask me, I'll serve on the committee.
Okay.
Barry's going to serve on the committee, then I'll go ahead and say I'll go for it.
Okay. All right. So then we're going to reactivate the Business Incubator Committee, and if we could direct some kind of advertisement for some committee members. And
we'll also notify those whose term is expired if they're interested to apply or not.
That would be great. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Hawker, if I wanted to see the ad that we've had in the paper, would I look under commercial space? Here it is. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much.
Other
saved me.
Okay. Still yours, Mr. Hawker.
The Roads End Annexation Survey Report, I think we got some valuable information out of that. Again, because and it is in the packet, it's on the website, in the packet. I'd like to maybe just defer this to the next meeting, just again because we've got 4 public hearings and I'm trying to move through this. Otherwise, it would take me about 10 minutes to run through it. Your choice.
Well, to me, it's easy to read, and we could just defer until the next meeting. Right. I'd be comfortable. I'd encourage councilors, if you haven't read it, be sure to read it because it is interesting. I don't think there's anything there that needs action or stuff. It's more information.
But I think it'll be very useful for us in planning purposes, and for those that accuse me and accuse us of doing some of this for PR, some of it was for PR. Some of it was to let the Roads End residents know and make them think a little bit about city services, and that was part of it. But there's also valuable information coming out of this.
I would agree.
And the only other thing that I wanted to mention is Devil's Lake Water Improvement District has made a request to use these chambers once a month for their regular meetings, and they would pay the cost that the city building maintenance has to keep the building open, the extra cost, because they meet on the first Thursday of each month, starting at 6 o'clock. So there's going to be a monthly cost involved, and they're happy to bear that cost. I think they want to see more accessibility to the public. This is a known place to come for these kind of meetings. I'd sure like to offer that to them, recognizing that we're not going to have any cost other than, I guess, a couple bucks of electricity. And they would also at some point maybe want to consider televising the meetings, and the only cost on that is our employee who is in that back room in there running these cameras. But initially they'd just like to use the space here. Can I proceed to commit the city to that for a trial period?
Very much so. I think that's very appropriate, and would applaud them asking and us certainly relenting. Council feel the same?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. I'll let them know tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think they'll be pleased.
Good.
And with that, I think that's it.
All right. Then we can move to our public hearings. We have a public hearing to receive written and oral testimony concerning the proposed zoning ordinance amendment ZOA 2011-01, that's single family in R1 zones. How do you feel about reading stuff there, Richard?
I'd be happy to read it if you'd like me to.
Yeah, would you? If you can,
okay,
like a lawyer for a minute. And
sure. Public hearing is now open for the purposes of considering amendments to the zoning ordinance. The proposal is identified as Zoning Ordinance Amendment 2011-01, and the City of Lincoln City is initiating the proposed amendments. The proposed ordinance would add attached single-family dwellings as an allowed housing type in the R1 single-family residential zones with specific limitations and development standards. Planning Commission held a public hearing on this matter on August 2nd, 2011, and forwarded a recommendation for approval. The City Council's role in this legislative process is to consider any written or oral testimony, as well as information from staff, and make a final decision as to ordinance amendments or new ordinances. Are there any objections to the Council's jurisdiction?
No.
Councilors, are there any abstentions or disqualifications based on conflict of interest?
Nope.
The substantive criteria that apply to this hearing include the statewide planning goals, the city's comprehensive plan, and the unamended portions of the city's zoning ordinance. Comments and testimony should be directed to these criteria or to other criteria that you believe apply to the subject of this hearing. Before I present the staff report, I would like to summarize the public hearing procedures which have been adopted by the City Council. A brochure outlining these procedures is at the entrance to the council chambers. The staff will present a report and respond to any questions. After that, any person may speak for up to 3 minutes. If the council has questions, your time responding to any questions will not be counted into your time limit. If you wish to speak, please write your name and mailing address clearly on the sign-up list at the entrance. Please speak directly into the microphone and begin by stating your name and mailing address. If you also have written testimony to submit into the record, please provide a copy to the recorder.
Will the staff please report?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and councilors, this is a proposal, as I said, to allow attached single-family homes in the R1 zone. Presently, they're not allowed. We would allow them, but only if attached to no more than one other attached single-family dwelling. So, in other words, you would have what would be essentially a duplex. You wouldn't have multiple, like townhouses, a row of them together.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but like a duplex and or a common wall unit?
Exactly.
It could be either of them. I mean, they could be individually owned.
Yes, that's the point of it, actually.
Okay. Gotcha.
For example, here's what we allow right now in the R1 zone. We allow duplexes, 2 units on one lot if the lot is 8,000 square feet or more. We also allow a 2-unit condominium on one lot. And we have in the R1 zone, or the RM zone, multifamily residential zone, we allow 2 attached single-family homes on 2 lots. So each is on its own lot. So basically all 3 things, the idea is all 3 of them look and in many ways act exactly the same. One of the big differences that would be is for a duplex now, you need 8,000 square feet. What this would require, if for attached single-family homes on their own lot, each would have to be on a lot that meets the existing minimum size for a lot. So in the R15 zone, be 5,000 square feet for each unit on its own lot. In the R175 zone, each unit would have to be on a 7,500 square foot lot. So it's not adding density, it's just how houses are built is all it is, whether they're against each other or not.
Mr. Townsend, with that 2-unit condo, does that require an 8,000 square foot lot?
The condo one was built as a duplex, so it would have been on 8,000 square foot lot.
Is it 8,000 foot required?
Yes, it was 8,000. Actually, it's on that particular one's on a much larger lot, but the minimum for right now for a 2-unit dwelling is an 8,000 square foot lot.
Thank you.
Then this would create another option where there'd be on 10 or 15,000 feet total with the 2 lots. I don't know if I'm being clear. Currently, we do not allow a duplex to be a VRD. Is that correct? No, that's not correct. Okay. Straighten me out. We do allow 1 unit of a duplex, if it's in common ownership, to be a VRD. So someone could live in one and have a VRD in the other one, or rent one long-term and have a VRD in the other one. I don't know if there are any like that, but it is allowed.
My only concern would be that
you've got two different occupancies. One of them is a residence, not a VRD, and then you got a VRD next door that you could create some real problems, noise-wise and so on.
I agree, and actually, that doesn't matter. That's what's allowed right now. And actually, we allow VRDs in multiple family residences. So, like a condo hotel, a condo unit could be a VRD, and it could be 4 or 5 units abutting it, above it, below it, and beside it. And that's presently allowed. I'm not saying that's necessarily a good idea.
We just went through one of those.
Yes, we did.
Involving, I guess it was litigation or something. But anyway, that was determined by the local CC&Rs.
The CC&Rs are relevant to, between the parties involved. The CC&Rs don't control what we do. We don't have a standard that says if CC&Rs allow it, then it's allowed, and if CC&Rs prevent it, then it's not.
But we left it up to the CC&Rs to
no, we ended up approving it, I believe, including after the appeal. But then, because there was no standard, but I think they're working out among themselves what actually they're going to do.
Okay.
Mr. But again, this is not opening the door for more VRDs. This is because right now, in any of these 3 situations that we have, you could have a VRD in at least one of them. In the condo, which we allow in the R1 zone now, on an 8,000 square foot lot, you could have 2 VRDs conceivably, because they'd be in separate ownerships. Separate parties could own each unit. What we're talking about here is not 8,000 square feet, but 10 or 15,000 square feet minimum for the 2 units. So actually it would be, if your concern is about VRDs, we're not opening it up for more VRDs. It would be actually be less VRDs per 1,000 square feet of land, I guess. But that's not why this came up. This came up because we have this situation that is shown on the screen here with the condos, and the fallout from the mortgage crisis is no one's lending on condos right now. So people are finding that they can't sell or can't refinance this kind of condo here. So if they could be on their own lot, and in the particular case that came up, they have enough land for that, they could take it out of condo, put it in, make each one be its own unit on its own lot of more than 5,000 square feet, and then financing would be available then.
Johnson? Question. If you've got an 8,000 square foot lot there now, are you saying that because the ownership on one side, which would be 4,000 feet, is sufficient to allow a VRD on that property?
No. What I'm saying is, usually with a duplex, both units, as just a straight duplex, it's not in condo ownership, same ownership for both units. 1/2 of that duplex could be a VRD. Okay? With a condo, which we allow now in the R1 zone, if each unit is in separate, unrelated ownerships, each of those could be a VRD now, under present law. And what's proposed, again, is just basically another version of what's allowed now. Each unit would be on its own lot, but a bigger lot than what the condos would be on, at the minimum, if they were on their minimum size lot.
So in that instance there, they would need a 6,000 square foot lot in order to have a VRD on one side?
No. They would need either 5,000 or 7,500.
Yeah. Why are you hung up on a VRD? So think these are 2 single family. Think of single family owners. Forget the VRD issue.
I'm not having a problem with that. But the reason for doing this is for VRD purposes, right?
No,
not at all.
Oh, I thought that's where I thought this was coming from.
No.
That's what someone may have put forward, but it's not. It has nothing to do with allowing more VRDs or greater VRDs or increased density of VRDs or VRDs where we don't allow them now.
When VRDs were mentioned, that's why I thought we were getting into that.
Mr. Mayor?
Wait, can we, I'm assuming you have staff report.
A little bit more?
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we take care, Chester is having a question, and then Gary, and then can we kind of hold questions and at least get the staff? Can you? Let's get the staff report out so then we can talk. Gary?
I mean, to me, Commonwealth means something. You know, that means it's a separate ownership,
right.
Separate land. Say Commonwealth, don't say attached or this or that or the other. I mean, that could be a duplex or it can be, you know, it's a Commonwealth unit.
That's one term. The zoning ordinance ordinances typically call it an attached single family.
Please go on. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So going back in, right now we allow 2 units, a duplex on one lot. We allow 2-unit condo on one lot. In the RM zone, we allow what functions the same way as in many ways as a duplex, 2 attached single family on one lot. This is not what we're talking about here. This is multiple units. This is not it. It's 2. No more than 2 is what's specifically called out in the proposed ordinance. So what we would do is add the words add attached single-family dwelling if attached to no more than one other single-family dwelling to the list of allowed uses. We also would create a 25-foot minimum lot width for attached homes and 0 setback for common walls, keeping the ordinance existing minimum lot size. Again, it's not creating more density. It's just creating another option for how to build houses. There's some other changes. If you see you've got the marked up ordinance in front of you. We would put the existing 8,000 square foot minimum lot size for duplexes in the required minimums table. But again, this would not be 8,000 for what we're talking about here. It would be 5,000 per unit or 7,500 per unit, depending on exactly what the zone is. Changing the order of 2 sentences in Note 3. If you look on the, I think it's the 3rd page of the draft ordinance, the page with the table on it, down in Note 3 in lines 12 through 15, all we're proposing to do is take the first sentence in that note and make it the second sentence, and make the the existing second sentence first. The reason for that is the first sentence starts out with a qualifier on corner lots. Some people have read that to apply to both sentences, and that has not been the intent or practice, but it has confused some people, so it's just an opportunity to correct that possible misunderstanding. So that's why we're proposing to do that. We also amend the definition of attached housing development to have it be more than 2 structures, 2 separate structures, and changed the words attached housing development to attached single-family housing development, just for clarity. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what we're talking about. These things on this page are really more housekeeping type of things. Add a little clarity. They're not substantive. These are the substance of the proposed ordinance changes. That's all I have.
Councilor Norikis?
I had a question regarding VRDs, and I'll have to wait till we talk about VRDs. I don't want to get off the subject here.
Gary, did you have a question?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time earlier.
Just one question. The 25-foot lot, are you suggesting that we squeeze a duplex in on a 25-foot wide lot?
No. What it is saying that each unit, each half of the attached single-family area, each half could be on a lot that's 25 feet wide, each half.
Oh, okay.
But it still would have to meet the 5,000 or 7,500 square foot minimum lot size.
Well, you can't if it's
on each side. So you couldn't take a 50-foot wide lot that's 50 by 100 foot lot or whatever and cut it in half and say, okay, I'm going to have 2 units now. We're not talking about that. Portland did that, but we're not talking about that.
Okay, and that was my question right there, was it starts out as one lot, 50 by 100.
You get one unit.
And I'm not able to split it two legalese and add the attached housing, correct?
Right. You'd have to have two 5,000 square foot lots next to each other.
Okay.
Or 7,500 square foot lots.
So in essence, looking at the block that is made up of 50 by 100, 50 by 100 down the road, the common wall would run down the property line of the 250s, right? Correct.
Exactly.
And then, all right, and we're no setbacks, and I see that in the chart on that side, obviously. So is there, and I heard you say earlier, we're not going after density.
Right.
And that would explain this. The only purpose is for the condo situation that you explained?
That's what brought it up.
To our attention.
That's the impetus for this. It's possible, it's conceivable that a developer would want to develop this way and may find it advantageous for some reason with a future subdivision or something. They may want to do single-family homes on their own lots, but still meet the underlying density again. I don't know that would happen, but the instigating thing here is the condo situation.
Is there not a way to accommodate exceptions like this rather than having to change ordinance for the broad?
No.
Not knowing at the end what consequences we might end up with?
There's no way to, with our existing ordinance, to accommodate that, because it's either a duplex or it's condos, but it couldn't be on its own lot.
The other question I would have is, have you and staff checked out the statement, and I know you made it, lenders aren't lending on condos?
Well, I haven't gone and asked lenders if they'll lend on condos, but I've heard from a lot of people that, not just the particular person interested in this, but in other contexts, that money's just not there for condos.
Well, actually, that's when I read the report, I made a couple of calls, and not the case. I think my information is whether it's owner-occupied or not is the case. And we can check, but it's something to think about, is because in this case perhaps the condo, the two-unit condo, are both either non-owner occupied properties, lenders have cut back on those kind of projects. But if you're in fact primary residence, there's money available. In a two-unit project, it is a problem, because if the percentage of the project is less, too much, too heavy towards non-owner occupied or rental, that throws it out, just because their records are higher default in non-owner occupied. And I think that's what this individual is getting jammed up with. It's not, all I'm going is for clarity, because I don't want to give condos a bad name, because condos are financeable, owner occupied. So it's a housing stock item that, I don't think we want to badmouth. So,
true.
Other questions?
I have a quick... Oh,
go ahead,
no,
Gary.
Chester, I've interrupted him enough tonight.
No, please, Gary.
And I know you already know this, Richard, but if the lot's 50 feet wide and half of it's for a common wall unit, the other half, that would, if you had a two-story common wall unit, that would only leave you a building footprint of 17 and a half feet wide. That's assuming you have it long enough to accommodate the square footage to allow it. So I think the likelihood of somebody thinking that's a good idea and going out, I'm not opposed to it. It's just, I don't think it's going to come up a lot.
Yeah, it's just a number, and it's a minimum. Nobody has to do a 25-foot wide lot. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Given your qualification, Mr. Mayor, do we need to add this to the code?
Well, I'm interested in accommodating if we can. That's why I was hoping there would be an exception opportunity rather than having to blanket, a new ordinance, modify. And what I'm listening to carefully is trying to figure out where this may go, the unknown consequences. And I think what I'm hearing from Mr. Townsend is that you're not able to split a 50-foot lot, and put, increase the density, get 2 units on the 50.
With one qualification, you could split a 50-foot lot if it's deep enough.
If it's deep enough.
There's enough total square footage on that lot, yes, you could. But it would not your 50 by 100-foot lot.
Yeah.
But would you be able to have a garage and be able to park cars on?
Well, actually, I know there's one house in Lincoln City that is 14 and a half feet wide, has a ground floor garage where you enter, in that narrow end and go in. So it's, and then there's a stairway up beside it, but it's a single car garage, single car door, single door, but there's no requirement for garages.
I know where that lighthouse
2 off-street parking spaces are required, but no garage requirement.
He's thinking of lighthouses and the housing stock and other.
Do I understand correctly that we are altering this ordinance in order to administer to the needs of non-occupied condo dwellers?
Well, we can take testimony from the public, but it's not non-occupied. It's
non-owner occupied.
Non-owner occupied. A second home, for example, or if they rent it out, then they're, as the testimony gave, well, I guess it was before Planning Commission, it was in the packet, alluded to the fact that they're unable to refinance because lenders are not interested in accommodating non-owner occupied condos. And it's not the condo, it's because 2-unit project, both or one of them is not owner occupied, and that throws the project ratio out of whack.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff before we, bring public testimony? Okay, if we could.
You're going to keep going with the script?
Pardon?
You're going to keep going with it? Or do you want me to keep going with it?
You keep going. Where are we?
Okay, now is the time for public comment and testimony.
Oh, thanks.
If I can do the rest of it too.
I've got you on the script here now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Stay here, Richard. Stay here.
All right. So now is the time for public comment and testimony. I think we had one applicant. This is Rebecca Prost. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. My name is Rebecca Probst. You may already have this from the Planning Committee. I don't know whether you have the copy of it. My address is 9310 Southwest 18th Place, Portland, Oregon. Speaking in support of the proposed amendment as an owner of a 2 condo units and our 2 sons, which are side by side, requesting that they be able to be reclassified as full-family dwellings. We think having that option, the R1 zone, would not only help us, but it would help if you allowed such groupings as that. It would enhance the possibility of refinancing. Because of the changes in the federal refinancing laws over the past years, it was the notion, we have tried every mortgage lender in Oregon. We not only went to federal, but we went to private people, and the issue was that it was a 2 condo unit. said the owner or non-owner occupied, as far as we're concerned, was not the issue. It was that it was an issue. It was a 2-condo unit, and we own both units. So 100% was owned by one owner. And the issue they had passed this new law was that they were, when you're talking about a 300 or 400 condo association, they hadn't sold any of them, and the group owned everybody, so they had a percentage that you couldn't own more than 50%. So it didn't matter whether it was 300 condos or two condos. So the mortgage lender director said the reason you can't refinance it's non-warrantable because it's only 2 units and you own 100%. So our interest rate is, without being specific, it's between 7 and 8%. These high interest rates are held even as incomes drop drastically, even among people like ourselves who hold substantial middle-class jobs. And so they become an increased burden, they result in increased defaults and foreclosures, which are never good for the economy of a city, especially when the bank, unless they can do something, if they own both owners, I don't know where the law would apply there, but they would still essentially be non-warrantable. Where would they get the money? And when you, of course, have abandoned homes, you have the risk of vandalism and destroyed properties. It means that we could refinance it if they became attached single-family dwellings. We talked to Director's Mortgage. He said no problem. But as long as it's a 2-unit condo, it's a non-warrantable condo, we could not get financing any way, shape, or form from any source. And several years. So not only can we not refinance, but it would be difficult to sell them. We are an example of a middle-class family which has experienced substantial financial difficulties, even though we are still, both my husband and I, fully employed, because we've not been able to refinance our condos at a lower interest rates, even as our salaries have decreased. We had originally hoped that one of our condominiums would become a retirement residence for us and we would sell one. But government refinancing changes and the economy have made this very difficult, as we've struggled to continue to make our high interest payments. Even with excellent credit ratings in the highest level credit ratings, we have not been able to obtain refinancing on our 2-condo unit, federal or private source, because of the refinancing difficulties. But refinancing, as Director Mortgage told us, the single-family dwellings would be easily obtainable. So that's the primary reason for requesting this. My name, the name of my husband, and 2 sons.
Any questions from council? Great. Thank you very much.
Give this to her.
Good testimony.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify at this public hearing? Now would be the time. Is there any comments from representatives of public agencies? If there's no further comment, I'm not sure that we want to close the public hearing. It's a question, because I understand, Richard, you're looking for direction that you'd then come back and with the refined ordinance based on our discussion.
Right, exactly. You could close it now, or you could keep it open and then
close it and act at the next meeting.
Right.
My druthers would be to keep it open just in case information comes where we'd want to modify the ordinance and the postings and all that kind of stuff. If that's all right. We've been burnt on that one a couple of times, I think.
If you keep it open, you'll need to keep it open, continue to a date and time certain.
Are we running up against the mandamus? I mean, are we okay time-wise?
No, because we've initiated it internally, there's no 120-day issue here.
Okay.
Good question. Okay, now would be any discussion of council about this issue. Perhaps mine is, how do we, as council, work with this situation where it seems to be trying to take care of a citizen's need versus the overall good of the community, the initial ordinances, the planning? How do we look through and look to see what the consequences might be? And I know you've attempted to paint the picture for us, but what's the worst scenario that could happen if these changes took place?
Well, I've tried to picture that and ask essentially the same question. If all the undeveloped lots became attached single-family homes, you still wouldn't have higher density than what's allowed now.
Okay.
It's a different form of single-family home. They're still single-family homes.
Correct. Different look, which is
right.
Good.
Yeah.
Lot sizes don't get smaller. I mean,
right.
Again, back to no higher density. So, I was listening.
I tried to come up with something bad, and I've had a hard time. The only possible thing is where it talked about the narrow but deep lot. I think that's sort of the worst case thing I could come up with, where you might have a 50 by 200 lot that could have one house on it. Conceivably could have two under this kind of situation, but there's not a lot of those.
Yeah.
More, but that's the worst kind of thing I think that could happen. So in some cases, you probably could have more houses, or at least more individually owned houses than would be allowed now. But even on those lots, if we have a lot that is multiples of 5,000 square foot in the R1 zone, let's say it's a 10,000 square foot lot, we allow two houses on that. It can't be they're not on their own lot, but you can have two detached houses on that. And that was the former city attorney had issued an opinion on that, and that it was allowed because the underlying density is 1 unit per 5,000 square feet, for example. As long as they're built far enough apart that they could meet setbacks if the lot was able to be divided, then it would be okay.
Okay.
So it's hard for me to come up with very much that's very bad. I'm not saying it's not out there, but I've thought and haven't been able to.
Well, that's good. Any other? Because if not, then if we could continue this to our next council meeting, which is August
8 plus 14, 22nd.
22nd. See if we could just continue the public hearing until then on this ordinance.
Okay. Just for your information, we have 3 other hearings for that night too. So
new ones or these?
New ones.
Oh, geez, you're just loading us up, aren't you? Okay. You all right, council?
Just a question. Why is it we can't close the public hearing and pass it tonight?
We don't have the full ordinance. You can say that you want to do it and direct us to bring back the ordinance basically that we've proposed, or with whatever changes you want, and we'll have that at the next meeting for adoption, but there wouldn't have to be a hearing at the next meeting.
I would think that it seems pretty cut and dried to me, and it would seem to me if we did that tonight and did the ordinance next meeting, we wouldn't have to continue the public hearing. And
okay, what you're doing is shutting out anybody's ability to think about it, get the press, and get some time.
We had public notice of the...
We always have public notice, and it's gone through planning.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Others? Because all it takes is a motion to close the public hearing. And
My only reservation is your reservation, Mr. Mayor. I share Mr. Sprague's, but if you want to hold this open, I'm willing to do that. I mean, I can't imagine holding it open is only going to be 10 minutes in the next meeting, and then we'll close it. But he comes up and says something. I mean, it's going to take an extra 10 minutes, that's all. And then at the following meeting, we'll have the ordinance to pass it.
What, that same meeting? Because you'll come back at the next meeting on the August 22nd.
If you direct me to, yes, and then...
Right. Yeah, I mean, the only exception would be, where we'd then ask you to modify it,
right,
based on somebody coming up and telling us, a horror story. But otherwise, I would expect Mr. Townsend to bring back an ordinance ready to be approved at the next council meeting. We could open and close the public hearing, give an opportunity for anybody that might be here, and move on and approve the ordinance.
Okay. Either way,
okay.
I just thought it would be more expeditious just to do it now.
Okay. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue the public hearing until August 22nd. If you would bring back an ordinance ready for approval, we'll, absent any contradictory information, would move ahead.
All right. I guess there needs to be a motion to that effect, but yes.
Second.
So there's a motion to continue this open, the public hearing until August 27th council meeting. There's a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
That would be at 6 p.m. at this location.
6 p.m. at City Council chambers. Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Now we do that same thing all over again for a next one.
Say, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could we have like a 5-minute recess?
How about 2? How about 1?
You never have any recesses, and I protest meetings. We need to have a recess at every meeting for at least 5 minutes.
Okay. Let's recess for 5 minutes.
Mutiny on the boundary.
Okay. 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Meeting's only an hour, right?
Yeah.
On record.
All right. All right. Well, let's thank you for your indulgence. Let's reconvene. Item 15 is an ask to delay and move to the 22nd, August 22nd, correct?
Actually, no, just to sometime in the future.
Future date. All right.
Basically going to bring that back to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council.
Moving right along the agenda there. Thank you, Mr. Townsend. So we do have number 16, to receive written and oral testimony concerning the proposed zoning ordinance amendment, ZOA 2011-03, public notice requirements.
Want me to do the script?
Yeah. Which one's public?
The public hearing is now open for the purposes of considering amendments to the zoning ordinance. The proposal is identified as Zoning Ordinance Amendment 2011-03, and the City of Lincoln City is initiating the proposed amendments. The proposed ordinance would amend the procedures for providing public notice on land use matters. Specifically, the amendments will expand the notice area to 250 feet for most matters, and will also allow staff to update owner contact information throughout the year. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this matter on August 2nd, 2011, and forwarded a recommendation for approval. The City Council's role in this legislative process is to consider any written or oral testimony as well as information from staff and make a final decision as to ordinance amendments or new ordinances. Are there any objections to the Council's jurisdiction?
No.
Councilors, are there any abstentions or disqualifications based on conflict of interest? The substantive criteria that apply to this hearing include the statewide planning goals, the city's comprehensive plan, and the unamended portions of the city's zoning ordinance. Comments and testimony should be directed to these criteria or to other criteria that you believe apply to the subject of this hearing. Before the staff presents a report, I would like to summarize the public hearing procedures which have been adopted by the City Council. A brochure outlining these procedures is at the entrance to the council chambers. The staff will present a report and respond to any questions. After that, any person may speak for up to 3 minutes. If the council has questions, your time responding to any questions will not be counted into your time limit. If you wish to speak, please write your name and mailing address clearly on the sign-up list at the entrance. Please speak directly into the microphone and begin by stating your name and mailing address. If you also have written testimony to submit into the record, please provide a copy to the recorder.
Will the staff please present its report?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This is a couple of amendments to the public notice requirements. The current code requires notice to be mailed based on the most recent property tax assessment roll. And this has been the state since 2000. The property ownership list that we receive, we get once a year from the county tax assessor. We get it around December usually, but it's usually the list is actually closed in August, the prior August. So we get it. It's 4 months old at that point, and we have no way legally of updating our mailing list during that year. So we have up to things up to 16 months out of date, and during that time, properties are sold or transferred, whatever. We are not allowed to act on address change information that we get. We do have the capability of updating the list physically. We are technologically capable of updating the list. And if what we're proposing to do is to allow changes for property owner and mailing address, and if we get written verification from the county tax assessor. So the idea is just to be as up to date as we reasonably can be based on information we receive from the public. Why? Because we get a lot of, why are you sending it to this place? I don't own it, or I've moved and you're sending it to the wrong address. And when we respond and say we're not allowed to update, I mean, we look stupid. So this is an opportunity to look less stupid.
Okay.
But still be able to get the verification from the assessor's office, so we're still complying with that state law that requires us to mail based on the most recent information from the county assessor. The other thing is we would change the notice boundary to 250 feet for all land use matters. Our practice now is to send out in almost all land use matters, except for subdivisions or planned unit developments, out to 250 feet anyway. The law only requires 100, and that's, when I say 250 feet, it's from the outside boundary of the affected property. So if somebody's asking for a zoning change on their property, or a variance, or a conditional use permit, or whatever, we send notice out to 250 feet from the outside boundary of that property. Again, the law only requires 100, but we've been doing 250 for years, and we just want to make our ordinance reflect that. It's a way of ensuring, or helping to ensure, greater public participation. And the impetus for this, actually, this came up years ago when we were doing some hearings on cell towers. The absurdity of the 100 feet sort of came home to me at that point, where we were approving 160, 170-foot high tower and only telling people no more than 100 feet away from it what was happening. So it seems silly if it fell over and it hit somebody else's house that they wouldn't at least get notice that we were going to approve it or something. So again, it's just to reflect our practice. It would still, the planned unit development subdivision would still be 500 feet. And that's what I have on that.
That's great. Does the council have any questions for staff? Pretty cut and dry. It sounds to me like a good corrections to update our practices, and makes good sense. Let's see if there's any public. Now's the time for public comment and testimony. Nobody's signed up, but anybody in the audience that wishes to testify in this matter? Hearing and seeing none. Is there any comment from representative public agencies? There's no further comment. I think this is safe. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing with a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right. Discussion on this would be then just direct staff to bring back the ordinance for approval. All right. Moving right along. Deborah gets the tough one, I guess, huh? This be agenda item 17, to receive written and or oral testimony concerning the proposed zoning ordinances, amendment ZOA 2011-04, geological setback and coastal erosion hazard map adoption. Go for it. It's probably got big scientific words in it.
Well, we're going to start out with our script.
Yes.
The public hearing is now open for the purposes of considering amendments to the zoning ordinance. The proposal is identified as Zoning Ordinance Amendment 2011-04, and the City of Lincoln City is initiating the proposed amendments. The proposed ordinance would amend the Natural Hazards Chapter to codify a minimum building setback from the ocean bluff. The ordinance would also adopt a supplemental map identifying areas of coastal erosion and other hazards. The Planning Commission held a hearing on this matter on August 2nd, 2011, and forwarded a recommendation for approval. The City Council's role in this legislative process is to consider any written or oral testimony, as well as information from staff, and make a final decision as to the ordinance amendments or new ordinances. Are there any objections to the Council's jurisdiction? Councilors, are there any abstentions or disqualifications based on conflict of interest? The substantive criteria that apply to this hearing include the statewide planning goals, the city's comprehensive plan, and the unamended portions of the city's zoning ordinance. Comments and testimony should be directed to these criteria or to other criteria that you believe apply to the subject of the hearing. Before I present the report, I would like to summarize the public hearing procedures which have been adopted by the City Council. A brochure outlining these procedures is at the entrance to the Council chambers. The staff will present a report and respond to any questions. After that, any person may speak for up to 3 minutes. If the Council has questions, your time responding to any questions will not be counted into your time limit. If you wish to speak, please write your name and mailing address clearly on the sign-up list at the entrance. Please speak directly into the microphone and begin by stating your name and mailing address. If you also have written testimony to submit into the record, please provide a copy to the recorder.
Will the staff please present their report?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'll start off by saying that the statewide goal number 7 does require cities to inventory natural hazards in their communities and to adopt ordinances to protect people from natural hazards, people and their properties. So with that in mind, I'll just mention that our current ordinance does cite a specific report that was prepared in 1977, and it identifies hazards in the community. And we do now require specific reports for properties in those hazard zones that establish recommendations and analysis of the site prior to development. Okay, what we are asking this evening is, the first thing is to also adopt new data and analysis and identified hazards from a report by Priest and Allen, 2004. Priest and Allen are both geologists who work for the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries for the state of Oregon. This would supplement the 1977 data. And it also would codify our current policy of requiring geotechnical analysis for any construction on oceanfront properties. This is the citation for that report in blue. Let me show you a comparison of the kind of information that we have mapped now compared to the Priest and Allen information. these 4 lines here show hazards that, well, I guess there are 3. This is our corporate boundary here on the beach. But this is ocean flooding, this is erosional scarp, and this is flotsam accumulation. Flotsam is the logs and so forth that come up from the waves. As you can see, these are all out on the beach itself, and so it doesn't provide us a lot of information as far as exactly where they're supposed to be applied. By contrast, Priest and Allen have identified these bands of color. The red one is the high hazard, the kind of brownish one in the middle is the moderate, and the yellow is the low hazard. So they were prepared using GIS. And it's a new technology since 1977, so we're getting a better mapping for one thing, and also additional information.
Could you go back to that last? Is that red? Is that the bluff?
It should be basically on the bluff, right? In some places it varies a little bit due to error, but for the most part it is the same as the top of the bluff.
And the yellow is just east of the bluff.
The brown would be east. The brown would be first, and then the yellow. It's actually 3 stripes. It just looks like 2 because the 2 colors are too close together, I guess. Yes, and I'm going to describe a little bit about them and talk a little bit more about their location. The active one that was on the beach itself, it's kind of the gray color. This is the beach and the slope up to the top of the bluff. And that's what's happening right now. There is erosion going on currently there. Okay, the high risk is the minimum distance that these geologists expect the bluff to retreat in the next 60 to 100 years. And you'll see 60 years mentioned frequently here because they estimate that would be the life of a building, 60 to 100 years here. So they're talking about, okay, this is the minimum that they would expect the bluff to retreat in 60 years. For the moderate risk, it's the mean or the average distance that they would expect it to retreat. And the low risk is the maximum that they would expect to have happen in that time period, and they would expect that would result only from some sort of an event. So again, this just calls these out on this map. And I did go follow it all along the coast and found that generally it ranges from about 60 feet. All 3 of them together range from about 60 feet to maybe 120, 125 feet. Basically, it is the first property on the bluff. So it's 1 lot deep. Sometimes it ventures a little bit out into the right-of-way. But we're talking essentially 1 lot, the oceanfront lots. Now, these maps were prepared by Dogami. The other one I had done on our GIS. So, unfortunately, they used red to show that active erosion zone, and so it looks like we have a lot broader here. But this is the active one. This is the beach and the slope up to the top of the bluff. Then the other 3 are lined up in there, but they look very narrow from this scale. And as you follow, this goes from all the way north to the south part of Lincoln City. They did the whole county. And these are online at this link if anybody wants to see in more detail whether there are properties involved or how that affects the properties. It shows the maps online show the building outline. It doesn't show the aerial photo, but it shows the zones.
What's the link? I can't see it.
Oh, okay. It's at our homepage, lincolncity.org/resources/ordinances.html. The proposed ordinance is on the same site. And the maps are broken down by basically pearls. different sections of town so people can get in a little bit closer and see exactly how the properties are affected. Street addresses or streets names are on there, and the building outlines. And if you can't figure it out and you want more information, you're welcome to come and talk to us at the city. So as we go down the coast, you'll notice that those 3 bands are still very thin. They're still 60 to 125 feet in width. And even down here in the Taft area, the active erosion zone on these dune back, they are eroding more quickly, but the bands showing the high, moderate, and risk are still quite thin by comparison. And the last one, of course, is the Salishan Spit is out here, and it's protecting Cutler City from erosion. So as long as that's there, Cutler City doesn't have a concern about erosion. By comparison, and maybe you remember the controversy in Newport, the bands are a lot broader there just because of the way the bluff is constructed. And so they were talking about a lot more area. They started out with an ordinance where they were proposing that anyone in these hazard zones should be restricted to, or any property should be restricted to easily movable houses or buildings. And, mobile home, manufactured home, that kind of thing. So that caused a lot of concern among the citizens in Newport, the property owners. And also they were proposing that anybody within this zone should have a recorded notice in their deed that they were in a hazard zone to forewarn any buyers. So, and they didn't like that either. But they ended up just adopting an ordinance that's very similar to the one we're talking about this evening. I got a copy of that ordinance. In fact, I took a couple ideas from theirs. But anyway, this is just showing you the rest of Newport here, where the bands are considerably larger than we find in Lincoln City. In fact, the minimum area for one of these zones is 20 feet. The high risk tends to be 20 to 30 feet in width. The other ones go up to 135, I believe, for the moderate, and 400 something for the low. The least speculative one is the active zone, because they can see the evidence of what's going on right now. The rest of them are based on analysis, including the types of soils, the angle of repose for those different layers, and the possibility of block failure where a big chunk might come out all at once. Okay, the other thing that they did in this was all in Appendix A of that report, if you look through it, and the other thing they did in Appendix B was to identify the areas of possible landslide. And fortunately, you'll see here, the gold line is our corporate limits, our city limits. Most of the landslide areas are outside the city, so that's nice. We have a couple spots in here. And I'll just show you the comparison of this kind of data compared to our 1977 data. In 1977, we ended up with these arcs that sort of show that anything in here might be susceptible to some kind of massive slide. This is a massive ancient slide. The green ones are more recent slides. And then we have this minor sloughing. But these pink areas that I've shown here in pink are the ones that Priest and Allen identified as being potential slide areas. So they're very limited, which is nice. The only other area is down here around 37th in Southwest. So we have a couple questions. I have a couple questions about the amendment, and I have talked to George Priest through emails asking him these questions. One is, what is the shelf life of a geotech report? Now, because basically what we're saying in these zones, the high, moderate, and low zones, that anyone in those coastal erosion zones would need to do a geotechnical analysis before we would allow them to construct. Basically, that has been our policy now, because in our old data, it still indicated that this was an area of coastal erosion, and so we have been requiring geotech reports. I had a gentleman who had applied, a number of years ago for, and had gone out and gotten a geotech report, and he was asking me, well, now, would I have to get a new one? And I put in our ordinance in the draft, I put in 1 year. After a year, that it's time to maybe get another one. I talked to George Priest. I said, is there shelf life? What would you suggest? Because obviously, it makes a lot of difference what's happened in that year or 5 years, and it's hard to know without doing the analysis. So a possibility is that rather than put a year on it, we could say that a geotechnical person, either an engineer or a geologist, might be able to give a written letter that says, I have looked at the situation, it hasn't changed substantially, we could, so it's still good, or something like that. I noticed in Newport's that they put 5 years on there. So, but there could be a lot that could happen in 5 years, or there could be nothing. And this is not, when we talk about erosion here and the average erosion rate, which I'll get into in a little bit, it doesn't mean it's going to happen every year. It's over a period of time, and they've looked at maps from 1939, compared them to 1977, and so forth. And over that span of time, they can get an average erosion rate. So anyway, that's one question that I'd kind of like some input from the council on that. Another thing that I put in here is that at the time of final building inspection, the author of the geotechnical report must certify that development was constructed in accordance with the report's recommendations. Now, we've done this in our department for other things where we don't have the technical expertise to really say, yes, in fact, looks like they abided by the recommendations. So I got this out of Newport. They'd put that in, and we didn't have that in our report, and I thought that was a good idea. Another thing that we're proposing in this ordinance is to adopt specific standards for the geotechnical reports. Right now, the Oregon State Board of Geologist Examiners does have some minimum requirements for geotechnical reports, but there is another group that was organized to review geotechnical reports for coastal erosion specifically, and they have come up with a list of standards. And this group was made up of practitioners, researchers, planners, and others. And so our liaison for the Coastal Management Program has recommended these to us. And that list is in the ordinance. I don't have it up here, but the list is in the ordinance. Okay. We have as a policy to require a minimum setback from the bluff of 60 times the annual erosion rate plus 5 feet. So in other words, we're saying, okay, the annual erosion rate is determined by the geotechnical analysis, and typically it's a few inches a year. And we take that times 60, then hoping that whatever's being built is going to be good for 60 years, and then we give a 5-foot buffer on it. Priest's 1994 report has been cited in a number of our geotechnical analysis that we've received as saying that the standard, or that the average erosion rate for Lincoln City is 0.27 feet, which works out to be 3.24 inches. In the 2004 study, he's increased that to 0.31 feet, or 3.72 inches. So anyway, between 3 and 4 inches a year. Here's an example of a house that's set back from the bluff, what seems to me to be a comfortable distance, and maybe you feel the same way. It seems ample. Here's one that's going up right now, and this is looking at it from the This is the beach access for Olivia Beach, the long stairs that were just put in. This lot right beside it is now under construction, and it came in originally with 21-foot setback that was recommended based on our, well, I should say, an erosion rate that resulted in a 21-foot setback. But then they revised their geotech and came up with a smaller amount of erosion due to the fact that there is some protection at the toe of the slope. And so, and that does have an effect, but they ended up with an 11-foot setback from the bluff. And when the commissioners saw this in our discussions, they said, you know, maybe we should have a minimum setback. And the commissioner who mentioned it said that she used to live in California, and there was always a minimum setback from the bluff. So they asked me to take a look at that and come back with a minimum setback. I came up with 20 feet, and I did that based on our annual erosion rate times 60. So if you took the average annual erosion rate for Lincoln City, according to Priest, and took it times 60 plus 5, you end up with 20 feet. Also, 20 feet is sort of the minimum for the high-risk zone, 20-foot width. So that would overlay that, and it's just another reason to use 20 foot as opposed to something else. But that is also an area where I'd like to hear some feedback from the council. We talked with our city engineer about this, and she had some concern that there might be situations where we would need to put utilities in between the building and the bluff, and suggested that we might want to include an exception for public utilities. And so, you know, there's another thing that we might want to do that's not now in the ordinance. Another question that came up as we were discussing our setback from the bluff, and this has also been something that staff has wrestled with sometimes, is how do we define the bluff? And I had a property owner come in, and he said, my lot doesn't really have a distinct bluff, it just slopes gradually down to the beach. And so I put in the draft that we would look at the aerial photograph, which we do now. We also have LiDAR contour information that's very accurate to 2 feet. And we could also use the landward edge of this active hazard zone that Priest identified. And if those are not consistent or seem to contradict each other, then we may have to consult with a geotech, an engineer or a geologist, to help us determine where that bluff is and where that setback should start. This was in the Newport ordinance, and I thought it wouldn't hurt to include it in ours and spell out that we might need to consult with experts from Dogami or maybe from the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and also that we may have to consult with another expert in geotechnical analysis in order to verify that what we're seeing in the geotech report is in fact reasonable. And I think that has been done once, that Richard can remember. It hasn't been ever been done since I've been here. The applicant is now responsible for all costs of reviewing the geotechnical report as well as preparing it. And so that stays in. I just called out what some of those resources might be for the city. The last thing, I think this is the last thing, is how we apply this setback. Does it apply to new buildings? Well, that's our assumption now, that it applies to new buildings. Does it apply to horizontal additions? And by horizontal, I mean those that would extend out from the building and occupy more ground. Also, it's possible that we should consider vertical additions. I have asked the geologist at Dogami whether or not that would be important enough for us to include that, or whether a geotech would handle that information. But, of course, if you're adding 1 or 2 more stories on top of a non-conforming building, that weight significant in terms of causing additional erosion or possible block failure? And I have not gotten a response back. He was trying to get, we communicated a couple times email, and then he said he would like to get some of the geologists together to talk about these and get back to me. I have not heard back from him, so I don't have a definitive answer on those. That's it. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Would it be okay to ask a question?
It is. Now's the time.
You know, I'm just going to, and I'm not going to take long because it's late, and this is very important to me, and I see why you're doing this. I always hate it when somebody does something like the picture you showed, because it triggers this thing that essentially then affects everybody, and sometimes you can get an unintended consequence from that. I wasn't sure how much of the Planning Commission I was supposed to hear, so I try not to pay attention to a lot of it, hoping to be fresh for this evening. And going through things, I had mentioned a thought I had, and I don't know if Roger was in on this, but for years we sat on like a Goal 5 and 17 committee, and endlessly would discuss various things, which now there's just a technological answer to. I mean, you can take a picture, and the rules and regulations have been established for what constitutes a bluff or what should constitute a bluff. And so you have that line of demarcation, down there somewhere, and then there's a bluff, and then you measure back from whatever point is established to measure back from. But I guess one of the things I was thinking about, is it okay if I mention? I guess it will. Is the inn at Spanish Head.
Yes.
It basically sits down low. I don't know if you would call it onto the beach almost, but then it goes back up over what I would consider being a kind of a bluff. And so if you had a 60-year lifespan of a building, whenever that was built back in the 60-some-odds, at some juncture you would just have to say to yourself, this building is going to have to be, and I don't mean to pick on just them, but there might be other cases like this, that this building would have to be substantially rebuilt in some form or fashion. So, what happened? Does a bluff regulation then kick in to where the top of their bluff is up near the highway, and they'd have, would they get some kind of an allowance to go back to the area that they came from? And I think when Spanish Head built, unless somebody can correct me, there were not the height regulations that there now are. So there's a whole different set of things going on. And if you don't want to talk about or answer that a lot tonight, I'm good to wait, until we can talk about this again too. But I'm just trying to imagine various of the buildings, down the coast that, and some may be in pretty stable areas, that maybe that 20-foot minimum for when they get rebuilt is not, I want to be safe, that we recognize what actually exists.
I backed up my slides here because in this slide that I was just using to show the distinction between the two types of information we have, this is in its Spanish Head right here, I believe, and you can see that it is in the active hazard zone, and then it is very narrow right here in this part, right up, here's the highway right here, so it's kind of tight right there.
I would think that condominium owners would be very interested in this discussion because it could ultimately affect the value of their property.
Well, that's a good question, and that's one thing that I didn't mention that I should have. At the very end of the ordinance, after I've talked about how to define the bluff and so forth, I talk about applicability. And one of the things that I mention in there is if there is damage to a structure of less than 50%, that in the draft the way I've written it, the property could be rebuilt in conformance with a geotechnical report. If it's over 50%, I suggested that maybe it shouldn't be rebuilt. And, we have done a recent change to our non-conforming ordinance where if somebody has a non-conforming structure because they're a little too close to the side lot line or something, that we're saying, yes, they can be rebuilt. When it's a matter of damage that may have been caused by the fact that they're so close to the bluff, then do we, I'm just not sure it's reasonable to say, yeah, you can rebuild. But maybe we certainly could say you can be rebuilt, but with in conformance to a new geotechnical report. Now, I don't know how that property or others in the situation, a non-conforming situation, would fare with a new geotech report. But I have found that, and with the one that I showed you, the single-family house that's going up, that the geotech reports tend to say you can rebuild and you need to do these things to try to make it as safe as possible, but they always have a disclaimer in there that says, but we really don't know what's going to happen, or this is really a tough site or something. So it's as good a science as we have, I guess, but it's no guarantee.
Just one more quick comment. I have some other things, but I'm not going to mention them this evening. But in their case, because I walk by there pretty much every day, but where they finally located that building, it kind of takes erosion more or less out of the picture because it's all been cut away.
It's his own seawall.
It's down on the beach, kind of. Mm-hmm. And a little bit of a seawall for whatever happens, but I don't have an answer to this. I'm just throwing the ball up in the air because eventually the question will be asked with this life cycle that you mentioned, the 60 years. Is it fair? Of course we want to be safe, and I'm not advocating to build something lower than the FEMA minimum allowed height, but if it was the 50% or whatever the trigger was, and then this kicked in certain specific areas, it would just render the building, you couldn't do what had been done. And so if that's what we're trying to accomplish, I think that should be kind of stated. At least in, if it's brand new construction, I mean, that then, I just, like I said, I don't have an answer to this, but it's just something that I thought about when I first read this.
Other questions?
Two questions. One, what's the average cost of a geotech report in order for me to build a house on the ocean front?
It's several thousand.
When you say several, what are we talking about?
I don't know.
8, 10, 12?
I'm thinking more like 3 or 4, 5.
I've heard some
more
expensive ones in that.
Richard's holding up 2 fingers.
I saw 5 out there.
Oh.
5? I got 5.
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Okay. Question.
A question is, since we've mapped this whole area, we have a pretty good idea what the geotechnical situation is on this whole ocean front. Why do we why do we require a geotech?
Okay. Priest says right off the bat in his report that this is not site-specific information. They walked the whole coast, and they looked at aerials, but they did not do borings and that kind of thing that someone would do on a specific property before they made recommendations. And so he makes it very clear in there that it's not supposed to be used in lieu of a geotechnical analysis that's site-specific. He just says the data, that their data just isn't that good. I mean, it's good, but it's just not.
Okay, and then another question would be, if we've got an average of 3.5 inches of erosion each year, how long a span of time did we average that?
Well, they had aerials or maps from 1939. I remember seeing that mentioned in the 77 report, I think they've got, so it's been an extended period of time. It's been decades.
Okay, and then in the example you showed where they excavated out behind the wooden seawall there, what's the height of that building in completion?
The one that looked like it was right on the edge there? Boy, I think it's a 3-story. I think it's
I've heard it's 41 feet.
Well, that would not be the average because it can't be more than 35 feet on average, but that means, one side could be that tall.
Well, the 41 feet can block somebody's view if it's only supposed to be 35 feet. That's my concern.
We have,
But staying with maps just for a minute, you, I think, just explained for us in the audience, because my comment was, why are we using 7-year-old data? The Priest report 2004.
Yeah, it's our new data, and it's already 7 years old.
But I think you described, because they used maps from old and now and walked. They didn't do borings and stuff, correct? So it's...
They did some analysis to see what the soil types were. I mean, that was part of their research, but they did not do the detail that having a geotech allows some flexibility so that we can say we don't have to try to come up with the right number for every property.
That helps. Councilor? Marcus? No? Oh,
I've got problems with the 20-foot setback all the way across. Because we've got a front setback on houses from the street now, right? Mm-hmm. And now you're putting a 20-foot setback from the beach or the bluff area. And there's some of the neighbors in my neighborhood, right, where they've got riprap and things like this, and houses have been there for 40 years. Mm-hmm. That house burns down, they won't be able to rebuild.
Well,
like I say, you're getting a blanket of 20 feet all up and down through Lincoln City. I don't think that's wise. I think if the geotechs say that you can build there, then you should build there, and that takes the responsibility back on the owner for building there. He's going to have to have the insurance and things like this to do it. I don't see the reason for the 20-foot right there. Like I say, there's properties that people aren't going to be able to build anymore.
It's a different approach, and it's a valid one too. We could rely just on the geotech. That's what we've been doing in the past. The commission had a concern that maybe the geotechs were overly optimistic sometimes. I mean, they're being paid by the property owner to give them the report, and so this is a concern. But let's see, there was something else I wanted to say along the lines. If there was a situation where, because of the bluff setback, I would rather see a variance to the front yard setback than skimp on the bluff setback. And it would be could be a hardship if you had a lot where you were you had some erosion, and so you did not have the 20-foot anymore.
Because the figures that you give right now, I should have oceanfront in about 15 years. Okay? They'll take that big motel right down the road for me, and I've got no problems with that. I know they drive pilings, and I know these people are experts in these things, and I don't think these people would be building these $500,000 or $1 million homes without going in first, getting their facts together and things like this. And I think the 20-foot setback, I think, for the whole system is just, I don't think it's going to work.
You do raise a point. I think a lot of the property owners expect to get a geotech, even if it weren't a requirement. They would be doing that because they want to do their due diligence.
I think we're just adding a little bit of bureaucracy to something here. So it's private property.
Yeah.
Just to follow up on that, the geotech signs off on this thing, do they not?
They do.
And they do have professional liability insurance. So if they sign off on one of those things and they were placating the owner, they're going to be liable.
I'm not so sure, because we can present you with some of the disclaimers that they put on those, and I think they pretty well shielded themselves. But I guess my concern without a minimum, and I think there's an alternative to that, if there's not a minimum, and let's say I'm a developer and I build a house and I don't comply with the minimum, but I get a geotech that says I can go 5 feet from the bluff. I guess I feel like at some point it's not my risk so much anymore, because I'm selling the house. It's a spec house or whatever. Maybe there ought to be something recorded on the deed if it's under a certain amount. To me, that might be an alternative worth considering, to say, well, we're not going to have a minimum, but if it's less than 20 feet, we're going to have something recorded on the deed, and then everybody has their eyes open. Again, I'm not recommending that. I'm just saying, maybe consider some other alternatives.
As I say, there's lots. I know that in my neighborhood, I walk down, you walk down past the stairs, and there's not 20 feet setback there. If the house burns down, I know they have a parking problem as it is now, and we throw back that in, that's it.
Well, I do think that, with the increasing erosion that we're going to see, which is predictable due to climate change and increasing storms in the winters and so on, there certainly is going to be property sooner or later in Lincoln City, and there has been in the past, that are not going to be safe to be built on. I mean, there are going to be. It's a fact of life.
Other questions of staff? Okay.
Where are we in the scheme of this now? We aren't being asked to adopt this right now, are we?
Nope.
Well,
Yes, she is, but we...
No, ideally, we would have had this ready, and I could have said, this is perfect now. But there were a couple questions that I thought really required your input, and I'm still hoping to get some more information from Dogami. So I would like to have you either continue the hearing or...
You said earlier we could talk to you, didn't you? We
Yes.
could ask you questions.
Yes.
Deborah, can I make sure that I wrote down the kind of things that we should be thinking about is, one, the minimum setback.
Yes.
20 feet or inches, or that would be a minimum, and some of the add-ons there. I also had an exception for public utilities, shelf life of report, and then the ability to rebuild if more than 50% is destroyed via geotech report. Those seem to be the items that you were still kind of thinking about that needed.
I thought those were the policy issues that
Good.
should weigh in on.
I just want to make sure I capture we can get. Yes.
The building code, if I'm not mistaken, regardless of where the house is, if it burns more than 50%, has to be torn down and rebuilt. I don't think isn't that right?
No.
Well, we have had in the past, we've had zoning ordinance requirements that said if it was more than 50% damaged, it could not be rebuilt.
Right.
Just a few months ago, before you were on the council, we made some revisions to that to allow rebuilding of single-family homes if they were destroyed by means other than the owner's own actions. And we did have some limitations on that, and if it was commercial property, it had to go to the Planning Commission to allow them to rebuild if it met certain criteria. But we did loosen that up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Why don't we check at this point for any public comment and testimony, and then come right back. Now would be don't even think about going. Now would be the time for public comment and testimony. Anyone in the audience, is there any person in the audience who did not sign up but wishes to speak? Please raise their hand or come forward. Seeing none, is there any comment from representatives of public agencies? Okay, back to staff. I want to take care of the script. See. The plan would then be to continue this public hearing until another one for the next meeting, August 22nd, this time and place?
I think so, and I think the discussion tonight, and boy, I think you got a thorough rundown on this. I think the discussion might generate some public input, and this ordinance in particular, after now people have been able to hear about more than just read it online.
Right.
If there's concerns, let's hear them, and particularly those items that you just summarized. Let's hear about some of these. Let's hear about a minimum and so on.
Yeah.
Mr. Hocker, would it be a good idea to notify everyone in the zone that this is...
well, everybody got a Measure 56 notice.
Yeah.
Everybody in the city got a notice of this.
Yeah.
And we've had some calls from people specifically in the zone who say, how does this affect my property? So they're paying attention, I think.
I don't know.
Well,
there would have been somebody here testifying. That
word will spread, I'm confident. Okay. Yeah. Why we continue the public hearing on. Thoughts?
Richard had a concern about the dates here and the number of public hearings you have coming up.
Just to remind you that we already have three plus hearings set for the next meeting this month, and we're talking about maybe continuing it to September 12th.
Oh, this one to September?
Yeah, this one to September 12th.
Cool.
Or
Richard's looking at me because he got in trouble for having like 6 public hearings one night.
Well, he's only thinking of council.
Yep.
Thank you, Richard.
Certainly.
Yeah, that would be fine. Motion then is what would be appropriate, and that date was September 12th. So, yes. First question.
Regarding the issue of public utilities between the edge of the bluff and the property line, what sort of public utilities could you imagine us wanting to put in there?
Well, some of them already exist. I know that there's one gentleman came to talk to me, and there's a sewer line running, a main running between,
Okay.
And other things might be like beach access or something like that. It wouldn't be a utility, but it would be a public infrastructure of some sort.
Thank you.
So I'd take a motion to continue this public hearing, continue it open until September 12th, this place, 6 p.m. Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Thank you, Deborah. Resolutions were done up in the consent agenda. This would be a time for additional comments from citizens on non-agenda items. Any citizens wishing to come forth? Seeing none, we'd move to comments from councilors. Councilor Sprague, anything that you want to share with us? Okay.
Tonight.
Not tonight? Riggleton, what have you? Speak up to the mic if you would.
The transportation meeting, and what he had to say about the road out here is the mayor and Mr. Hawker know more than they do.
I'll bet you're a popular guy at that meeting.
I wish that were true, actually.
No, maybe it is true. Who knows?
I do have one thing. I'm blanked it up. A number of years ago, when we were looking at the little road that goes from the post office down to the police station, the center line was such that people were parking, and you had to straddle the line, so we moved the center line over. We have that same situation behind Factory Store's parking garage. We have people parking RVs there, and so when they park there, you have to actually straddle the line to go past them. And I think we should ban parking on the east side of that highway or that road, like we did at the other one, and then move that center line over so that they can park on that one side, and then we don't have head-on. People parking on both sides at the same time.
I was just having a little allergy and a couple of sneezes when you did that. I'll put this on my list to look at, but what street?
It's southeast it's the road that they're building the...
Bi-Mart.
The Bi-Mart.
Oh, okay.
Behind the parking.
From Quaid on up to 14th there.
Just happens to be on way to some counselor's home? Is that, is that why you...
Driven by that, yes. You wouldn't have to go all the way up to the top, just past the driveway there into the top of Factory Store's parking garage. So I don't know how far that is, half a block. But it would sure make a difference.
Look at... Gordon, you're okay, Gordy? I appreciate you going to those ODOT meetings.
You're here.
So,
thanks.
As far as 101 goes, Dick, you know more about it. The mayor knows more about it, and so does...
But just to enlighten Council, Councilor Eggleton is going to the act that we belong to in Lincoln County, Lincoln City. I've been invited and have been attending the one that meets in Kaiser. They happen to meet every month for some reason. But in order to have focus on Highway 18. But Gordy and I have to get together to see what we're hearing at both meetings to see if it's syncing up, and we'll be doing that because I'm able to get interesting information on some of the ODOT streets and communities.
The only thing they told me is they're $3 million short.
Oh, they're always short.
Got to come up with $3 million and finish 101.
Yep.
That's what I was told.
As a point of order, Councilor, you're going to be absent next meeting. So our public hearings should sail right along without Gordy here, and asking questions. So we'll miss you, Gordy, but be careful. Henry, nothing this side of the dais?
No, sir.
Chester?
No, sir.
Gary, please.
I have a couple of things real quick, and if I just mention it, if there's a better way for me to talk to David about this, I don't know how else to do this. But with the email we received on the water line that was just put in at Drift Creek, I don't know if at some juncture are we supposed to decide whether that's a main or some kind of a transmission main?
No. As I understand the law, that's purely a technical decision to make.
Okay, I would like to have that discussion and the pros and cons of the technicality, not right away, but if it can be fit in sometime in the future, or however we're supposed to decide that.
You're not. Unless you've got an engineer stamp, you can't. Okay?
I guess I misread the email then.
Either the state makes that determination, or in the case where we have a registered professional engineer, which we do, the engineer makes that determination.
Okay, so for the time being, we're not going to tap into that line until our engineer, if you appoint someone, that our engineer makes a determination as to what the qualification of that line is.
I expect that she will make a determination on that. Is that a transmission main or is that a distribution main?
Okay.
And the reason I'm saying that's not a council decision is because the state, or in this case delegated to us, a registered professional engineer, makes the design decisions on our water system. And in the case, I believe, of a sewer system, I think that always goes to the state, but in case of a water system, that we have that delegation. But it has to be an engineering decision. It's not a political decision.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once she makes that determination, we'll make sure everybody is aware of the factors that were considered.
You'll just let us know.
Yep.
That's cool.
And you're right. Until then, there won't be any discussion of additional taps on it. But even if it was determined that it was a distribution main, there still wouldn't be additional taps on it without council action.
Okay.
Okay. No new service connections outside the UGB without council action.
I guess that's what I was reading, and so I misunderstood, so thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
I also just wanted to real quickly mention, and I can do this more thoroughly at a later time or in a different setting, but with the problems that we're trying to fix in urban renewal, I would like to strongly recommend, and I realize that in a right-of-way, you don't have to technically, or the city doesn't have to get a building permit. But I tried to Google this up, and I think we do have to follow the building code if we're building something structural. And so to that end, I would like to suggest that when projects like that come up, we go over to planning, and if we don't actually go through a technical permitting process, we at least talk to whoever Richard designates as someone that would be an authority to determine if the plan is substantially complete. And I don't think we would have to pay a percentage of whatever the value of the cost is. I think that could be hired out by the hour. And I would also like to see the person that is determining whether the plan is substantially complete be involved in the construction process to the point of inspecting to make sure the plan has been complied with, and before it's built or totally built, like the concrete is poured and that type of thing. With the problems that we're now trying to go over, I get a brief email that like one part of the problem could have this fix or that fix, but I think that some of the fixes for each of the areas should be looked at in total before we start fixing things, so that we don't run into a situation where we can't fix something and for some reason that is a deal breaker. So we've got even more money invested in something and we find out whatever's going to happen is going to happen anyway. That we just kind of look at the whole problem in its totality. And I would recommend going to a construction expert for that also.
Well, I'd rather not hold up on the fixes that we can do. I don't think any of the projects that we've got are not salvageable. There's some that are beyond anything that we can do in the near future. I think some of the issues on 15th Street, for example, beach access. Bob Pike said, as I recall the report, it was to put this on for future planning. Okay, it's not something that we can deal with now. But the stairs, for example, to me, I see no fatal flaw that we can't deal with. If let's get on with it. It's fairly economical. Let's get on with fixing them and move on. If that's not what council wants to see happen, then I'll put a hold on those. But as of tomorrow, I intend to tell them to go ahead and fix it, because it's the cost estimates that I saw are reasonable enough to do that. The only question that I saw was whether or not the plan for fixing the landing grade was going to be adequate, and that's going to be reviewed by somebody else who has some expertise in that area.
That was my main concern.
Yeah.
And so if that's being addressed, I just didn't want to fix everything else and then
have that one be the killer.
Geez, we can't do the landing grade, so now we're back to where we started, and we've got even more money in it. So if you're thinking of these things, then I don't have to worry about it.
Well, I'm trying to, and so is everybody else here trying to do what's right.
I didn't mean for it to sound like that. I don't have to worry because you're on the job, but it just seems to me.
As to building permit and review and that type of thing, I think that we're going to be doing a lot more. But when you say a structure, curb and gutter is a structure. Okay, we're not. I mean, obviously, we've got standards on that. We do it all the time. I see no reason to bring in building officials to that discussion. Sidewalks, the same thing. There's standards. We follow them. We've not gotten in any issue with them. So when it comes down to structures, I think it depends what we mean by structures.
Well, I don't know how to articulate what
I think we can.
What I'm trying to share with you is we had a screw-up, and I would like to see us fix it so that that doesn't happen again.
I agree.
Whatever kind of words you want to fit in there to have it become that way.
I think we all know what we mean. It's just articulating it.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Anything else? Anything else?
No.
Okay. I just have a couple things. One, to share with council that we received a very nice thank you from the Meals on Wheels for our previous donation to them, and I'll circulate it to everybody, but they're very grateful, and it certainly has direct impact for seniors in Lincoln City, immediate results. The other is, again, reminding council that next Monday night we have our joint meeting with the Sledge Tribal Council. It's the 15th, 5 o'clock.
We do some carpooling on this?
I'm hoping we can. So meetings at 5, if we could meet here, how long does it take to get out to Siletz?
More than 30 minutes.
Is it?
Yeah.
So why don't we meet here at 4 and carpool and go?
Good.
We won't declare that a public meeting. You guys won't talk if there's more than 4 of you in a car? Okay.
Well, talk about baseball or something.
All right, so Gordy will be gone, but the rest of us. With that, I don't have anything else. Thank you very much. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you.